Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I would like to welcome very warmly both those who are here in person in this beautiful room and all those who are our online participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to say good morning to you. I am so glad we can all meet. I am glad we can meet again, all people here in the room physically and remotely. And when I'm saying I am very happy about it, I'm not just being polite, because we started to organize it at the moment when the world was totally different, because back then we had no idea that we would face challenges of the pandemic. We didn't know that a usual meeting will be impossible to organize and that we would miss such meetings. When we applied and when we submitted it in April 2020 in Poland and other European countries, it was the time of lockdown, and Emilia-Romagna, our partner region, was severely affected by the pandemic. When we started to plan the conference, the war in Ukraine broke out full scale, and we didn't know whether it would be possible to meet here. That is why I am so glad and happy, and as the coordinator of the consortium, which is involved in implementation of COMORELP, so Laboratories of Regional Lifelong Learning, I am so glad that it is possible for us to meet, because we need such meetings to build relations, to exchange opinions, to have direct contacts with each other. I haven't introduced myself. So my name is Barbara Worek, and it is my great pleasure to coordinate this consortium. So I am so glad that we are here. But I want to say that all the events that we have gone through, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, all these events have changed the world. They accelerated some changes, they opened up new opportunities, but also created new challenges. One of the changes is broad application of ICT technologies and possibilities to participate in the events held far away from us. That is why, even though we haven't planned that initially, the conference is a hybrid conference. Apart from people present in this beautiful room, welcome to all of you here, there are also people joining us via the internet. Warm welcome to them as well. Later on, there will be some housekeeping information, technical information, because we may have some requests to our distant participants, online participants. If it wasn't for the internet, some of the people joining us now, maybe it wouldn't be possible for them to participate in the conference. Obviously, others would be here in person. Well, we can't answer these questions. We don't know that for sure, but we know that technology and access to the internet broaden opportunities for learning and create opportunities to choose the best forms of learning for us. So warm welcome to all of you, both people here in the room and people in front of the screen. And now over to Professor Jarosław Górniak, Prorector of the Jagiellonian University for Development. Your Excellency, please take the floor and open our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my greatest pleasure to open this particular conference. As it happens in case of prorectors, in the past I was also the Dean of the Philosophy Department, so I opened many conferences, but sometimes, quite rarely, among a vast number of conferences, there are some conferences which are especially close to my heart because of some professional reasons, but also due to certain relations, because I've met so many people gathered here. And I've met them not only because we were vacationing together, no, we were working together. So it is the reason for which it is really my deepest pleasure to welcome all of you at this conference. There is another reason for my joy and happiness. because the organizer of the conference is the Center of Evaluation and Analysis of Public Policies of the Jagiellonian University, with Professor Białas as its head. She's here, and she will be my successor because the first head of the center was myself. So she's my successor in the Center for Evaluation and Analysis of Public Policies. I cooperate with the center all the time, so I have to say that I feel a co-host of the conference and not only a dignitary of the university that just wants to formally greet you. No, that's more than that. So, warm welcome to all of you in the building of the Jagiellonian University on behalf of the Jagiellonian University. We are in this beautiful room, and everything here reminds us of significance of learning, education in our lives, starting from our patrons at the back on the paintings, so the founders of the university, Casimir the Great, who founded the university in 1364, Saint Hedwig Jadwiga, the Queen of Poland, who spent her whole wealth to open the university and to actually develop its activities. And she supported the university and its activities throughout her life. And then there is her husband, Ladislaus Jagiello, the King of Poland, who continued her work. And the Jagiellonian dynasty actually contributed to huge development of the Jagiellonian University, which became a thriving place under their dynasty. First, it was designed as the place where the state elites, legal elites, medicine elites were supposed to be educated on the basis of artes liberales, general education available at this era, which was at a great level because actually it gave prospects that later on allowed various great personalities to be hugely successful in Europe. For example, you can see Nicholas Copernicus to my right, and there is the painting by Jan Matejko, a very well-known Polish painter, and the title of the painting is Copernicus Talking to God, because that's how we can imagine Copernicus, who developed his knowledge, wanted to know more about the universe. So you have beautiful paintings here presenting eminent representatives of Polish elites. There are some copies, but the painting of Copernicus is the original. So all these paintings are looking at us, and actually they are more precious than gold. There are also paintings presenting great rectors of the university. There is Hugo Kołłątaj, a great reformer of the Jagiellonian University who belonged to the Committee of the National Education with great achievements for reforming the university after the period of stagnation at the Saxon times. There's John Paul II, the Polish Pope, and the science and education was very close to his heart. He wrote encyclicals on that in which he was trying to discuss various issues, and he emphasized that there is no discord between faith and developing science. So he was a great proponent of science and education. So here in these surroundings, we hold special celebrations. That is why I think it will be also a highly fruitful conference. That's my wish to you. So this event, European Roundtable, is one of the initiatives of the project, which is called Laboratories of Regional Lifelong Learning Policies, which is financed by Erasmus+. Erasmus+ finances always wise, smart things. All right, and the leader of the conference is Professor Barbara Worek from our team, from our center. Both ladies, both professors, founded the chair of methodology of social research. There is also Professor Marcin Kocur, another of my colleagues. When we did that, we were young people, we were not professors back then, and now we are all professors, and it is the proof that we've been learning throughout our lives, so lifelong learning again. Partners to the projects where the Jagiellonian University is the leader, FREREF. Since I started dealing with LLL, FREREF was present there, and it's been our partner, the partner of our region, a very reliable, stable partner. We had great ideas together, and we imported various ideas, developed them here, or we did it on the basis of our discussions. So welcome to representatives of Forum of European Regions of Research, Education and Training, Lifelong Learning Platform Belgium, and Regional Labour Office in Krakow. I will definitely discuss it in more detail a bit later. Scuola Perla. So we have also our partners from Italy. I came back from Padova, from Italy on a Saturday, and they have a university which is even older than ours. So now they are celebrating 800 years anniversary of that university. So that's so impressive. Universitesi from Turkey, Edarkora Research from the United Kingdom. So welcome to all our partners. The goal of our meeting, the goal of our conference is to exchange experiences, share the results and outcomes of the project that we have achieved so far, and summary of the work connected with self-assessment tools for LLL policies in regions and benchmarking system based on that, which gives us an opportunity to compare situations in the regions. And here I'm quite surprised that Professor Worek, with whom we have been talking about the content of the conference, didn't say evaluation in the title, but let's say self-assessment is close enough. So it is emphasized here because in order to have a smart policy based on evidence, you have to evaluate all your activities very thoroughly so that you are able to take the next step on the basis of lifelong learning, because evaluation is a valid part of lifelong learning, or it is a tool for that, for LLL. A co-organizer of this particular conference in Krakow, apart from the Jagiellonian University, is the Regional Labour Office in Krakow. I am very glad to see this co-organizer. Many thanks for that. And I've already met some friends from the Regional Labour Office because we've been working together for many years. And I have to say that the cooperation with the Regional Labour Office was always mentioned as a certain example of a great relation between higher education institutions and the public administration institutions. In 2007, jointly we published a book, and it was a starting point for lifelong learning policies, the leader of which was the Regional Labour Office. So it set foundations, like intellectual foundations, for our further cooperation, and we did it together. Back then, it may not have been obvious, because usually there was some expertise from educational institutions to administration. Here it was different. We did things jointly. We learned a lot from our colleagues from the Regional Labour Office, and I hope that they could learn something from us. Actually, this cooperation started before 2007. It was a milestone, obviously, but we cooperated before that. I looked at my computer and I found a good expertise, a vast expertise from 2002 that I've prepared for the Regional Labour Office. And actually, I did that because in the past, we had started some conversations, some relations. I had participated in various meetings there. So the relation was just growing, was developed, and the milestone was our publication from 2007. It was important for all of us. And for some reason, I looked at this book at a certain point, some time ago, and I realized that still sometimes we have the same challenges. I mean, we outline them there in this book, but still we have to work on them. So I am very glad that the Regional Labour Office is still on board. We are together on this board, and this ship is sailing forward. We also have Open Eyes Economy Summit, EduHub, as our cooperator, and actually it was established after publication that we again did jointly, but the leader was Professor Hausner, who is the founder of Open Eyes Economy Summit and the hub related to that, and he is actually the creator of the idea of Open Eyes, or Open Eyes Economy, including various areas of social and economic life. What is important here is that we are meeting in the Małopolska region. Obviously, if we are meeting in the Jagiellonian University, it must be in the Małopolska region because we are located here. But the region as such has had many experiences learning from another regions together with another region or other regions. There is cooperation with FREREF, Forum of European Regions for Research, Education and Training. So these are great experiences, and Lifelong Learning Hub is a continuation of multi-annual cooperation. Lifelong learning. It's always been important for our region. Now, it is important in a new way. In the past, it was important because we went through the transformation in Poland, and then we could see that there were so many changes in the labor market. For example, there were steelworks in Krakow, which was actually closing down, and it used to be a huge employer in the region, so we had to transfer some employees to other sectors, to other industries, and we were wondering back then what to do with them, how to develop various forms of education. And suddenly it turned out that Krakow is very attractive as a place in the labor market because we can also provide great access to the human capital for business services, for instance. Because in 2010, it was 10,000 employees in this sector. Now it is 80,000 people. And despite various trials and tribulations, it is so ambitious, it's been growing all the time. But there is a certain condition. It is not the same sector. If you look back at 2010, we can see it's been developing. It is not the same sector. I chose this period for comparative purposes. Obviously, it started earlier, but in 2010, as the Center for Evaluation and Analysis of Public Office Policies, we prepared various analyses for the City Hall in Krakow. And we witnessed a change in this sector because simply they started to need different people. Because first, it was competition based on low labor costs, and now it is competition based on availability of talents. In the past, it was competition with other cheap places where you can shape basic services, and now it is competition on a different level. Business processes, business services is providing services to business processes. So HR, the finance, marketing, IT services. So actually they are a necessary part of every enterprise, regardless of what it does. All of them need to have IT, marketing, and so on and so forth. And these functions are very often located, especially for international corporations. They are located in one place so that they are simply provided in a more integrated way. So now we are competing with old centers, well-established centers, and for Kraków and the Małopolska region to develop also in this sector. Because then, well, Krakow was all about tourism before the pandemic. And then, actually, during the pandemic, it turned out that other sectors helped actually to maintain a certain level of development during the pandemic, because also tourism, also this sector, needs access to new employees. Secondly, it needs to have this ability to reshape its human resources, because there is automation, there are various processes accelerated by the pandemic, a robotization of various services. So it is the era of robotization of intellectual work. So also in this era, we have to adjust employees to new challenges so that they can create or co-create the workplace under new circumstances. So Krakow, in this respect, is a lab for the world, because we have global companies here. We have centers of business services of various international corporations, which reflect various things happening globally. In this lab, we can track various activities. We can see which choices are successful and which needs to be modified. So I hope you will discuss these issues today, but for the region, for Małopolska, it is a very important topic from the perspective of our economic development. Welcome to all the participants here in the room. Also, welcome to our distant participants. We can have this distant and hybrid conference thanks to the Center for Evaluation Analysis of Public Policy, so many thanks for that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that during the plenary session, you will learn more with various issues and topics. Welcome to our experts. Allow me not to name all their names, but warm welcome to all of them. One exception here, because I'm sentimental. Stanisław Jagiellonian. A warm welcome to Stanisław Jagiellonian, because he's the person who is like a cornerstone, he's a special person at the Ministry of Education who has always taken care for lifelong learning, so that the lifelong learning is not pushed to the margin. And he's been working very hard on that. So I hope nobody minds, because warm welcome to everyone. Yes, Professor Worek says, all right, enough of talking now. Well, I couldn't do it more briefly, because this conference is so important to me. So yes, warm welcome to all of you, especially Stanisław Jagiellonian, and also warm welcome to our panelists who will participate in our conference. I'm sure they will be introduced individually at the beginning of individual panels. Welcome to representatives of administration, institutions of the labor market, the Institute of Educational Research. Welcome to all of you. Have a good stay in Krakow. Have a fruitful conference, and all the best to you. Thank you.
Rector, thank you so much. I apologize for speeding things up because in a moment we'll be connecting remotely with Brussels, and we would hate to keep our guests waiting. But now it is my honor and pleasure to invite Deputy Director Krzysztof Sułowski to welcome the participants on behalf of the co-organizer of the event, which is the Regional Labor Office. Director, over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. On behalf of the Regional Labor Office in Krakow, I would like to thank the rector and the governing bodies of this Jagiellonian University for appreciating, well, recognizing our labor office, regional labor office, and let me assure you that we are more than open and to follow up on our collaboration. But first, let me thank you for inviting us to this COMORELP project. I speak here on behalf of the Regional Labor Office. All our activities and measures in support of the labor forces and labor market in Poland, we support well-educated, well-qualified employees in this region. We support professions for vocational training, and we have the information that will help our residents to improve and develop their skills and qualifications. We offer vocational counseling services, and the majority of consultations in Poland is held in our region, in Krakow, and in external field units of our labor office in cities like Tarnów or Nowy Sącz. In particular, we have two flag projects, which is the one is called Direction Over to the Career, and the second one focused on the professional and vocational training and career. Let me emphasize and announce a new innovative project. Its name, its title is Learn from the Master, Learn at the Master, and we oriented at supporting the small industries that suffered the most during the pandemic, from the sectors like catering, hotels, events, tourists, hairdressers, etc., that suffered severely during the pandemic. We have masters in these sectors, and they will be transferring their knowledge. They will be teaching employees on small and medium-sized enterprises, and it's about transferring knowledge, and it's about learning new skills that that could be shortly, over a short time, used in that sector. And the whole system is based on vouchers. So that is about selecting entities, where persons that will be the trainees. But then it is our mission to be to lead the innovation and to direct the lifelong learning system in the region, and that is made possible through the culture of collaboration that we developed throughout the vehicle, which is the regional lifelong learning partnership with more than 100 institutions and bodies from that specific learning training market. So we have the quality criteria, specific targeted concepts for supporting financially such education and training. And we're proud of that, yet there are many challenges ahead. Note that at present in Krakow and in the region, the unemployment ratio is relatively low. Therefore, the public labor services, public employment services, and our office in particular have this particular challenge to improve vocational, professional skills of adults, people who are already in employment. And this is why we need projects like yours, like this one. So I thank you, dear guests, for coming here. I thank you for participation, and I hope you enjoy the debate. I wish you very fruitful exchange of ideas. And again, I would like to thank Rector for inviting me here and for this excellent collaboration. Thank you. Director, we're very grateful for this address, for this welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the first presentation, and as I mentioned, this will be a remote presentation since we'll be connecting with Brussels. I wanted to give you some household update. So those who watch us over the internet, may you please fill out the form which is in the file underneath the description of the event. And we find it very important for some reasons. First, we need that for, well, to settle the accounts of the project. Well, that is very important, that you can, as you can guess. And once you fill out the form, we can also send out to you the confirmation of your participation in this conference. So may you please fill out the form. And then there is also an email address. So those who watch us and those who listen to us, please send us your questions by using this form. And our students are checking the email box on an ongoing basis. And the questions will be answered or addressed by the end of this event. And if they are not, answers will be made available on the website. Well, usually things move quite fast during the conference. So, and then if you have any questions to our speakers and you fail to answer them on time or after the session, may you please hand over your questions to our students. And then in your conference folder, you have our evaluation questionnaire. May you please fill that out too, because evaluation is a tool for development. So that would be it when it comes to the household items. And now we can try to connect, I guess. So the first official presentation in the main session, a remote presentation, will be given by Diana Spiridon from the European Commission. Diana Spiridon is the leader of the adult skills team, and she works for the GD employment of the European Commission. Diana, can you hear us? I hope she can hear us.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I hope you hear me well.
Yes, yes, it's excellent. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm very happy that the technology has allowed us to overcome the distance barrier. So, Madam Spiridon, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, and indeed very happy to be together with you, even though only virtually, but indeed technology is on our side this morning. So I will focus my presentation on the key policy developments on adult learning at EU level and the role of regions. So now to start with a few words on the current policy context. So we experience rapid changes on the EU labor market, and really this shifts let's say the skills policy to the center of today's labor market policies. So first, about 4 in 10 employees, adults in the EU, are now in atypical forms of work. This is defined as not really having a full-time permanent employment contract. Some forms of atypical work are increasing, like for instance, the platform work, and the digital transition may also further accelerate this trend. We also need to think how to, let's say, ensure access to training for those workers that do not have, let's say, a very close link to a single employer. Secondly, we also see more frequent professional transitions between jobs. Thirdly, we see that we have ongoing structural changes on the labor market with really shifting employment between sectors. For example, according to CEDEFOP Skills Panorama, fewer people will work in mining or manufacturing or agriculture, and there will be more opportunities, for instance, in health and social care and other service sector jobs. But skills requirements are also rapidly changing within occupations. For instance, about 3 in 4 jobs are estimated to be transformed by technologies that are already, let's say, available today. And we know that a successful green and digital transition will involve many more technologies, which will have also further impacts on the tasks and the skills requirements of occupations. And finally, let us not forget the demographic change in Europe, which means that, let's say, our main resource, people of working age, is becoming more scarce. So we need to activate everyone's full potential on the labor market in order to also ensure sustainable growth. So all these trends in the labor markets are making all working age adults vulnerable and would require a reinforced policy on skills. But EU policy initiatives will have chances to fulfill their objectives if also succeed and will be, let's say, accompanied by changing mindsets. So we really need to create a culture of lifelong learning where really the norm is for people to continuously upskill or reskill. So in addition to further strengthening what already works well, we also need to take a fresh look at approaches that can tackle these challenges by really giving the people the means and incentives to take up training. So very importantly, this will also help, let's say, achieve the EU level targets for adults' participation in training, as it was set in the European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan, and that is that by 2030, at least 60% of adults should participate in training every year. And this target was welcomed by the EU leaders in Porto last year and also endorsed by the European Council in June last year. Now, what is the EU contribution in responding to this challenge? A first part of the answer is the Council recommendation on a new European agenda for adult learning for the period up to 2030, which was adopted last year in November during the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the European Union. So in the period up to 2030, the overall objective in Europe will be to increase and improve the provision, the promotion and the take-up of formal, non-formal and informal learning opportunities for all. So the agenda outlines a vision of how the adult learning should develop in Europe by 2030 and has 5 priority areas. Governance of adult learning, very important, so a strong focus on whole of government national strategies and stakeholder partnerships. Supply and take-up of lifelong learning opportunities with ensuring sustainable funding, among others. Accessibility and flexibility, so really the need to adapt to the various needs of adults. Quality, equality, inclusion and success in adult learning. So here it's emphasizing, let's say, the professional development of adult learning staff, the mobility of learners and staff, quality assurance and active support to disadvantaged groups. And last but not least, the green and digital transitions and the related skills needs. If we move now, let's say one step further, so we heard about, let's say, the general principles that we have agreed at EU level, but how do we implement them concretely? So clearly there is no, let's say, single solution to the skills challenge, and this is why the 2020 European Skills Agenda set out 12 concrete actions that have specific goals. I will spare you now, let's say, complete list of them, but I would still want to give you an overview of the main 3 priorities that these actions cover. And then later on, I will, let's say, go a bit into more detail on 3 out of these 12. So a first pillar, as we say, of this, let's say, house with 3 pillars, a first priority of the skills agenda is to further strengthen collective action on skills development and employer organized training. And here it's notably the Pact for Skills initiative, which supports large-scale skills partnerships in different industrial ecosystems. But I will tell you a bit more about the Pact for Skills in a moment. A second priority of the skills agenda is to really ensure that skills are aligned with labor market needs. So this includes support to the development of national skills strategies, strengthening skills intelligence, and also the implementation of the Council recommendation on vocational education and training. And the third priority of the skills agenda is really to empower individuals to acquire skills, and not only when they finish school, but also throughout their entire working life. and to communicate them effectively to their employers so that the training pays off for them. And this is where the recent Commission proposals for Council recommendations on individual learning accounts and micro-credentials fit in. And I will tell you a bit more about these two initiatives in a moment. But just to come back, let's say, to the first action of the skills agenda, so the Pact for Skills, which was launched in November 2020 as a shared engagement and approach to skills development, aiming at joining forces from all relevant sectors and actors. So the Pact aims to mobilize and incentivize private and public stakeholders to take concrete actions for the upskilling and reskilling of the people of the working age, and in particular to support the creation of large-scale partnerships in industrial ecosystems and value chains. And those ecosystems were identified in the EU industrial strategy from March 2020. So businesses, large and small, social partners, education and training providers, associations, clusters, organizations, public authorities, be it national, regional, or local, chambers of commerce, employment services are among really the key players that could contribute to making up and reskilling a reality. So where we are now after 1 year and a half, so we already have 11 large-scale skills partnerships within the Pact, and we also aim to have at least one per each ecosystem of the industrial strategy by the end of this year. Together, they committed to provide opportunities to close to 6 million people in the coming years. We also have almost 650 signatories of the charter from all member states, all sectors, so including close to 1/3 of them with very concrete commitments towards upskilling and reskilling opportunities. We have a large variety of stakeholders and also a large diversity of economic sectors covered. And maybe just to give you a bit of an idea about the Polish or the Poland's presence in the Pact. So most of the Polish participation in the Pact is as part of European associations or organizations or networks that involve several countries. And just to give an example, European Association of Training Providers or Umbrella Organization of Social Partners or sectoral organizations or multinational companies. But we also have a few members that are based only in Poland. And for example, we see a remarkable interest from the Pomeranian region, where the Regional Chamber of Commerce, the West Pomeranian Chemical Cluster, and the West Pomeranian Network of Social Economy Support Centers have joined the Pact. And we also see some other members, for instance, from the aviation industry, from Poland's Aviation Valley, and also at national level, we have the cluster of social economy, S-cluster, also as a member. Now, I know that the focus of the conference today is also the important role of regions in lifelong learning and skills development. So, of course, a few words now on really the importance of the regional dimension of the Pact for Skills. So regional authorities and local, of course, because we very much, when we speak about regional, we also, of course, include very much the local aspect, can play a very important role as facilitators and promoters or even active players in the Pact for Skills. For instance, by identifying large-scale partnerships in key ecosystems which are relevant for their regional or local specialization, by mobilizing a broad coalition of stakeholders, including key regional or local innovation agencies, for instance, universities, training providers, chambers of commerce, business clusters, social partners, just to name a few. It can play also an important role also by promoting regional partnerships that help individual firms, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, to pool resources and really access information. It can also act as multiplying access to information and knowledge, and also sharing good practices among the members. We also have a few enablers, as we call them. So first of all, the support services that are available for the Pact for Skills members, and are offering various services such as support for networking activities, development of partnerships, access to knowledge, to research, communication actions, just to name a few. We also have, for instance, the Blueprint project, so alliances for skills development and for instance, centers for vocational excellence. That these are established projects funded from the Erasmus Plus program on sectoral skills cooperation. And of course, we have the, let's say, the EU funding for up and reskilling. So already we know that a wide range of funding opportunities can support upskilling and reskilling at all levels. And we very much, of course, want to encourage everyone to really make full use of these opportunities. And yeah, just to name a few, of course, we have it's the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which will prioritize skills investments as part of the recovery plan for Europe, and upskilling and reskilling is really one of the 7 priority spending areas. But we also have, let's say, the more traditional EU funding, so part of the multi-annual financial framework until 2027. And here, just to name, we have, of course, the recovery assistance for cohesion and the territories of Europe, so the REACT-EU, let's say, established to mitigate the negative impact of the COVID pandemic, but then also, of course, the European Social Fund Plus. So really the main program to help adapt employees and companies to the changes on the labor market. We have the European Regional Development Fund to contribute to the development of skills supporting industrial transformation and smart specialization. We have the Just Transition Fund, of course, that can support the reskilling of workers in the regions affected by economic and environmental transition. And at EU level, an instrument like Erasmus Plus, of course, that is directly managed by the Commission, and of course under the key action 2, important, let's say, measures to help the cooperation among organizations and institutions. So. Now moving on to, let's say, a second very important action of the skills agenda, the proposal on individual learning accounts, which was adopted by the Commission in December last year, and which, let's say, I'm proud to announce that we are very, very close to the adoption in the Council. This week, in fact, on Thursday, the Council of Ministers will adopt the final text of the Council recommendation. So at the center of the proposal is the individual learning account, which is a personal account for training entitlements. A first principle that is guiding the account is really the one of universal but differentiated support. So it is recommended that all adults receive training entitlements, but the amount they receive is modulated or is differentiated, with additional training entitlements for the individuals which are most in need of upskilling and reskilling. And this will be determined by each member state in line with the national circumstances, and also in consultation, of course, with the social partners. A second principle is the one of accumulation and transferability of entitlements. Now, what does this mean is that this gives individuals the ownership on their training entitlements, because they will not lose them when making a professional transition. It also facilitates the funding part, so the mobilization of additional funding for skills, because it makes possible to combine training entitlements from different funding sources in a user-friendly way and without really adding complexity for the individuals. For instance, just to give you an example, in the individual learning accounts that exist in France, so so-called compte professionnel de formation, the regions can make top-ups for their residents. So this is for a particular role where, for instance, the region can have in implementing these accounts. This gives also adults the certainty that they can access their training whenever it's needed, be it for professional transition or to find a job, for instance, if they are unemployed, or to get back to the labor market. And finally, the member states are recommended to allow that individual training entitlements, which are accumulated in an account in a member state, are stored or can be used even during the periods when the individual is maybe living in another member state, to also facilitate the, let's say, the labor mobility when needed. So together, all these principles ensure that people have the access to quality training opportunities that are tailored to their needs, and can be done at all times, whether the person is currently employed or not. And very important, what came out from the time when we were preparing the proposal, so and the Commission analysis and the public consultations during this preparatory phase, was that many adults needed a combination of financial and non-financial incentives to take up training. And in particular, the support for identifying these training offers that will help them, let's say, perform better on the labor market. So this is why the Council recommendation, let's say, recommends that to embed the individual learning accounts in an enabling framework. So a first element of the framework is a registry of quality training that can be eligible for funding from these individual learning accounts. And this is very important for the learners to believe also that their time investment is worth it. So decisions on opportunities, on which opportunities are eligible for funding, should be based on skills intelligence and also made in cooperation with social partners and the relevant stakeholders. Then secondly, people will need to, very important, will need access to guidance and skills validation opportunities. So the text recommends that all adults have access to them. Thirdly, paid training leave provisions can help adults to make time for training. So the text recommends to ensure that all employed adults are covered by some training leave provisions, while of course leaving the detailed arrangements to the member states, again according to their national circumstances and practices. And finally, these elements of the enabling framework should be also linked to the individual learning account via a single national digital portal. So the proposal again puts very great emphasis on integrating the various elements in a user-friendly way. And I understand this also corresponds to a key analysis that you have made in the context of the COMORELP project, so that at the moment, European lifelong learning and non-vocational adult education strategies are often not sufficiently integrated. If we move on, I think I will tell you a few words also about another skills agenda initiative that is also very important for our work now. That is the proposal for a European approach to micro-credentials, which was also adopted last year. So the two proposals for Council recommendations were adopted in December last year, and it's also now close to adoption by the Labour Ministers' Council on Thursday. So micro-credentials have the potential to become a currency in upskilling and reskilling that reflects the way the people now live and learn and work. So they can help the people to more actively engage in learning throughout their working life, and also support a culture of lifelong learning in work and also beyond work. So, but the value of micro-credentials is, however, not always clear. So the absence of transparent standards and of a common definition means that currently there is some uncertainty about their value, their quality, transparency, for instance. So the Commission proposal seeks to deliver on the potential of the micro-credentials. So the proposal then does not seek to replace or to disrupt existing systems or qualifications frameworks, but instead to really establish a common European approach to the ongoing and emerging provision of micro-credentials, and also to support, of course, the transparency, the quality, and the uptake of credentials, which are already increasingly on offer. The Commission proposal sets out the following building blocks, as you can see here on the slide. So a common definition for micro-credentials that offers a shared starting point for understanding the purpose and the value of them. It also includes standard elements for the description of the micro-credentials, meaning that they can be then described in a common format and understood, and also then easily, let's say, exchanged between different national systems. And also it includes the principles for the design and issuance of micro-credentials, which is a necessary, let's call it, blueprint, which can guide the development of quality and relevant micro-credentials. An important section of the recommendation is referring to really recommendations to the member states, and also on what the Commission support can be. So the first element is referring to the development of ecosystems for micro-credentials. So the proposal outlines the importance of quality and transparency by recommending the use of specific tools such as quality assurance mechanisms or national qualifications framework. A second element is about delivering on the potential of micro-credentials. So here the text sets out on how micro-credentials can be used in education, training, skills, and labor market policies with a view to deliver on its potential. And this includes their targeted use to widen access to education and training, to tackle issues of inclusion, addresses skills mismatches, and also other labor market challenges. In particular, targeted micro-credentials can also contribute to address digital and skills, green skills needs, and also very importantly, they can be accessed by people who may not be typically able to commit to full-time education and training courses, and of course, whose lives are clearly impacted by the transitions undergoing now. And the last element of the presentation is around the Commission support, which can, for example, contribute to developing and adapting where relevant the existing union tools and services to support the development of micro-credentials by all types of providers, by supporting cooperation between member states and stakeholders, supporting further research on micro-credentials, and also jointly working with the member states on improving the scope and the relevance of ongoing data collection at EU level. And one last important initiative that I want to present you today, the Council recommendation on upskilling pathways. This is not a new recommendation. As you may know, it was adopted in December 2016, and I guess many of you are already familiar with it. So upskilling pathways aim at providing the low-skilled and low-qualified adults with the opportunity, according to their individual needs, to acquire a minimum level of literacy, numeracy, and digital competence, and or to acquire a wider set of skills, knowledge, competencies that are relevant for the labor market and the active participation in society, by making progress towards a qualification at level 3 or 4 of the European qualifications framework. The recommendation centers the upskilling pathways on three main steps. So the first one, of course, the skills assessment. So offering the adults the let's say, which are defined or part of the priority target group, offering them the opportunity to undergo an assessment, so kind of a skills audit, to identify the existing needs for upskilling. A second step is the provision of a tailored, flexible, and quality learning offer. So providing an offer of education and training that really meets the needs identified in the previous step. And then lastly, of course, the validation and the recognition of the skills acquired. The recommendation also calls for accompanying the upskilling offers by a series of enabling measures or supporting measures, such as the outreach, guidance, and support measures, motivation, but also the support to the initial training and continuing training of the staff, the learner staff. And one important point still to make, implementing upskilling pathways requires a holistic and cooperative policy approach, which is, of course, because related being mostly to education and training policy, but also to employment, and also social policy. So as the upskilling of the workforce can also have socio-economic benefits. So due to this, let's say, cross-sectoral feature, a number of different stakeholders, of course, need to be engaged in the implementation of upskilling pathways, be it ministries, of course, labor, education ministries, other government agencies, and then, of course, social partners, non-governmental organizations, education and training providers, for example. And just to close, to finish the presentation around the upskilling pathways, we are now in an important moment of the work on this recommendation. So we are in the phase of the evaluation of the recommendation. Already in 2019, so 3 years ago, the Commission took stock of the first phase of implementation of the measures and published its results in the form of a report, of a Commission staff working document. And the current evaluation now responds to the recommendations invitation to the Commission to really assess and evaluate the actions taken in response to this recommendation within 5 years from the adoption. We are now practically, as I said, in the middle of the work. So we carried out a public consultation, also a few targeted consultations, let's say, with various committees and stakeholders networks that are, let's say, closer or more relevant to this policy area. We also use a supporting study, which was done by an external contractor, and which helps us, let's say, collect further evidence and prepare for the evaluation report, which will take, again, the form of a staff working document and will be published by the end of this year. So with this, I stop here. I really tried to give you, let's say, a full overview of the most important developments on adult learning at EU level. So I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very successful and inspiring event today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Spiridon, for your presentation. It was very interesting and comprehensive, and it showed us the direction of the European Union policy in the domain of lifelong learning. Thank you for underlining the role of region, that is, which is especially important for our project. So thank you once again for being with us, and I hope that you will stay with us and watch the rest of the conference. Proszę Państwa, przed nami teraz
Ladies and gentlemen, and there will be two voices, so to say, representatives of two ministries, because in a moment I will invite Anna Nikowska from the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, and the other speaker will be Stanisław Drzażdżewski from the Ministry of Education and Science. And they will share their reflection with us on how to support adults' activity in learning. So what to do so that adults can develop their competences even further, because it is our approach that they are developing their competences and skills, but how to support them throughout the whole system so that we can simply comprehensively support adult learning. So Stanisław Drzażdżewski will be our first speaker and Anna Nikowska will be the second speaker. So Stanisław Drzażdżewski. Thank you very much indeed. I can see that the presentation I have prepared is too ambitious and there are too many details in my presentation, too many slides, so I will simply speed it up. I will not read everything which is in the slide. If you are interested in more details, you can read all of that. So I'm afraid I would have to spend like the whole hour to share all the detailed information with you. And all the things are very interesting, but still my time here is limited. So, well, from time to time, I can highlight certain issues which are very important from our perspective, but I will have to be brief, unfortunately, here. You know that adult learning, especially, well, basically here, I know that adult learning is always associated with the level of education. So let us have a look at what is happening with the level of education in Poland and in Europe. In lifelong learning policies, the 1990s, the end of 1990s was a turning point. OECD turned to member states to implement LLL policies, and the European Union introduced the Lisbon strategy, requesting member states to start dealing with LLL policies. Then there was memorandum for lifelong learning. So the end of the 1990s and the beginning of the 21st century was actually the launch of LLL policies. Actually, in the 1970s, the UN mentioned adult learning to some extent, but actually nothing much else happened. So afterwards, OECD, the EU accelerated this process, and you can have a look what happened with education. We can see that reflection in the European Union is still limited, that the major index of education in EU improved twofold. So we can see that the number of people with basic or primary education is much lower now. So it fell to 21%. So it decreased twofold, almost twofold. Why do I say almost? Eurostat gives us data not for one composition of the European Union. You can compare various compositions as for member states of the European Union. I'm trying to be very precise. All right, in Poland, it is clearer here, I would say. This index improved threefold. So we have 3 times less people who are undereducated than 25 years ago. So it's a great change. Not many people talk about that. And many countries which are even wealthier than Poland cannot reach this level. We have 6.8 people who have only primary education or medium school education and nothing above that. So it is one of the best results in Poland. Lithuania is the country which is better than us because they have only 5% of such uneducated or uneducated adults. So the center of Europe is the most ambitious in educational terms, and I will show you more examples to prove this point. When I visited the European Commission, not everyone realized that it is the situation, and they were saying, well, Polish people are not that well educated, LLL could be improved in Poland, and then I showed them the numbers. They were surprised. What happened with higher education? Higher education and the index for the whole adult population increased 3 times. As for education of younger adults up to 35 years of age, the index went up 4 times. It is one of the biggest jumps in the world. Actually, it is a huge change upward, thanks to Krakow as well. This huge positive change in higher education, it is not emphasized enough, but actually a huge part of this success is women's education. You can see it when you see the difference between women's and men's education. Europe is in blue, Poland is in red. And we can see that even in Europe, women activity is higher than activity of men by 10%, and in Poland, the difference is even bigger than that, because women activity amounts to like 60%. I'm talking about younger women, so up to 35 years of age. And what about regions? Breakdown into regions. It is not discussed in Poland at all. There are so many institutes and no one has noticed that. But there are so many women on top managerial positions in these institutions that they cannot promote themselves. So the most ambitious women in terms of education are in 3 regions. Statistic regions. The capital city of Poland, Vilnius, and London in the west. So basically European regions. And then education among women amounts to more than 80% in these 3 regions. In the remaining regions, including the Małopolska region and the Lower Silesian region, the results are slightly lower because Krakow is not separate. It is not a separate statistical region, and Wrocław is not a statistical regional zone. They are not separated like Warsaw, the capital city, is. Otherwise, their results would be so much more impressive. So the Małopolska region and the Lower Silesian region is slightly lower than it should, I would say. So what else can I say? Poland, also in the 3 regions, is actually outstanding in its educational ambitions in the European context, especially among women. And here, well, a certain message to the European Commission: look at the specific nature of countries. So, the most ambitious adults in educational terms are women from Małopolska, Lower Silesia, and the capital city of Warsaw, so 3 regions in Poland. But at a certain point, they stop learning. When they reach this level of higher education, later on, they stop learning. You can have a look at that. What is participation of women? It is the red line, younger women, and then compared with the European average. Our women are more educationally ambitious than other women in Europe at first, but then lifelong learning, well, we have a very low index. So what is happening there? What is happening in between? Well, and there is another issue. Women in Poland are among the most ambitious in educational terms in Poland and worldwide. Why do they stop learning? And they underappreciate formal education. Look at recent years. What is happening there? Formal education going down. What is happening there? Well, I very much appreciate upskilling pathways. I'm very grateful to the European Commission for that. But what's the point of this initiative? It launched a certain way of thinking about a different way of learning among adults. Not only training like vocational training, because in the past it was like vocational training mostly. And here, general skills is also part of adults' education. So upskilling pathways are also about general education, but there is the focus on poorly educated adults and their needs. And then our women, which are well-educated women, disappear. Women disappear from the focus. So why do they not continue learning? No one has asked this question. What is happening in between? So there is one more thing. If adult learning, women among them, learn after they reach this level of higher education, they do that mostly in non-formal education. I'm not going to read the details. You may read them if you are interested in that. Adult learning has a very powerful position in Europe. You have the list of all the documents. I'm not going to read all the list, but let me just say that 20 years ago, there was a goal that by 2010, 12.5 of adults has to participate in learning and training, and then this percentage went up. So we were getting more and more ambitious, but last year, adults were learning on a scale like 11%. So we did not achieve this goal of 12.5. It was the goal from 2002. So there was a lot of progress, I have to say, but adult learning came to a standstill. And it's been developing in a such way that now it is actually not that noticeable, but ambitions are going up, also ambitions of the European Commission. 60% are supposed to participate in learning and training. So we have to ask several questions. Perhaps, well, one thing is people who are poorly educated, but then that's my main purpose of coming to Krakow. I used to be a student in Krakow, but I came here for one purpose. Yeah, Professor Górniak is a man, but there are also plenty of women here. So what is happening in Krakow that women who are so ambitious in terms of education stop learning? It seems they stop learning. Obviously, I'm referring to official statistics. Perhaps my colleagues will respond to my question later on, but in my opinion, what is decisive is that despite many changes in education and lack of awareness that there were so many changes, adult learning is perceived like 20 or 30 years ago. If we talk about adult learning, I talk to the Poland statistics so often, and they have a vocabulary like 30 years ago. They use phrases like education, university. Well, it is also the word slowing down the processes of learning for many adults, especially senior adults. Training, course, lesson, lecture, seminar. I love seminars, obviously, but that's not the word which is exciting for people, which is exciting for the majority of adults. So we need to have this awareness. We are here in the academic milieu, and we have to know that this word is not an opening line to adult learning, just like all these words to your left. University, training, lesson, lecture. No, in order to speed up adult learning, we have to focus on lifelong learning phrase. So it is not learning at school, but in various locations, in various ways. Various locations mean the workplace, the major place of learning, the place of residence, a community. I've participated for 10 years in the life of my community. I was a member of the board, and so on and so forth. So yes, there is a lot of learning in the community. There are also local communities. There are also places of civic activity, personal activity. There are also internet communities. So 70–80% of adult learning should be taking place there. If people in Europe, in Poland, want to transfer this burden or this load on courses, universities, lectures, seminars, so all of these words to the world, well, the results are rather poor. So nothing has been happening for like 2 decades because we can't take advantage, or actually we can't name these activities in a different way. The oldest learning mechanism is copying, following in someone's footsteps, or imitating someone. I know I shouldn't be saying that at a university. I was part of PISA program of OECD, and we had a debate why schools are inefficient. So they've been teaching children by 9, 10, 15 years, and after so many years of school, children do not know that much. They can't imitate, they can't model after properly, or they don't want to do that in the majority of the cases. Then exchange of experiences. That's so important in adult learning. There are different names for it, but still. Traineeship, simulation, teaching on the job, project-related learning, learning by solving problems jointly. That's a great formula. Joining problems, solving problems jointly, because wherever you go to work, there are always problems. Sometimes we tend to solve them in a very chaotic way. If you do it methodically, it is simply a form of adult learning, which is underappreciated. So the main message is this discord, this difference between the left and the right. We'll always have the left side. Education, I very much appreciate it. I attended 2 universities. I appreciate it very much, but it is not sufficient. We've had this tradition since the ancient times, but still this formal university education is not enough. We are very ambitious, but actually we can't do adult learning efficiently because we need to add this right side. We need a debate around that, we need a new vocabulary, new phrases, and new ways of adult learning. So, in a nutshell, I'm focusing on adult learning, and there is definitely more non-formal learning than formal learning, and we have projects related to that at the ministry, like local centers of education, and there is an institution in Krakow, the Małopolska Local Government Chamber. It received the biggest number of credits in the ministerial competition for local centers of education. So once again, Krakow has a very powerful position. So they have a great evaluation of adult learning projects. We also had a project, an opportunity. It should be transferred to regions with a different approach to adult learning.
So we've been confirming, well, we've been repeating about this LOE project, that informal education, seminars, etc., this is insufficient to be effective. Knowledge that is multiplied for thousands of years, and it's condensed or focused in centered at universities would be enough to transfer. It's insufficient, largely insufficient. So we need to create a sequence of actions with the educational offer representing 20–30%. If someone believes that the educational offer stands for everything in adult education, these people should not be, this is the wrong field for them. So actually, I have some teachers from universities, and I remember in my career I was training teachers teachers from like youth organizations at the very basic level. So they were telling me that they had to discover, identify key competences and base of that. And in our project LOE, we train how to call the competences, the concepts which are important for the local communities. They are not interested in names like key competence or etc. They want specific names of profession, like a beekeeper, like a like a lace maker. Well, these concepts, these professions that are recognized and valued in local communities are so important. So typically, the names that we have do not correspond to the conclusions. So my message, to wrap it up, is we've developed something at the level, something new at the level of ministries. Unfortunately, it is not, and it hasn't been entirely promoted as new. And from this year on, that is transferred to the regional policy, including this region. So we're looking for partners that would also at the regional level have a different approach to teaching, well, educating adults. So let me go back to the slide with the right and left-hand side of the slide. So if you develop lifelong learning in regions, I believe that the percentage of adult learning in 2030, well, it is now 5%. In 2030, it might be as little as 7.5%. And well, Professor Worek and her team, we have this third focal point. So they have a very different view on adults. They don't leave me telling you things that I'm saying right now. But if you operate at the regional level, well, actually, we have also this regional labor office in Krakow. Twice I worked on the statistics of the Ministry of Family. So the regional labor office prevails in the vocational counseling in Poland. So there is a lot of support. There is a lot of counseling from the regional labor offices. So these are the reasons that brought me here. And my hope is that after this stage, when the core of the policy was being formed in Warsaw, in the capital city of Poland, and then in Krakow, well, we need to see the outcomes as well as in smaller cities, towns of this region. So this is your region, ladies and gentlemen, here in Krakow. We need to do something to be more effective, not only in the capital of the region, but throughout the region. Thank you. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I truly understand that we're all here very ready for a coffee break and a sip of coffee. But I just have one slide. Actually, our colleague from the European Commission and the previous speaker, they covered a lot in this area. But I wanted to share with you my classification from the strategic point of view. This slide is not a coincidence. I would like us to have a bird's eye view on educating adults. So I've selected three elements, three components that I would like to focus on. How to support adults in education. So first, I believe that an adult, an early learning adult, should be at the heart of the learning process. So it's not about the offer. It's not about the technology. It is about looking at the person and analyzing the person's needs and well, conditions, life circumstances, and we need to think about supporting that person. So the system should be integrative in the sense of social inclusion that puts that person at the heart of the system, but not only in the context of understanding, like we have persons with certain difficulties, but it's about active inclusion. So as Stanisław was saying, it's about learning in smaller communities. So we have this fantastic example of that project that shows us how we can build up knowledge by developing and growing local communities. We can learn from one another. And here Professor gave this example that there was this concept in when the report was the report was being prepared, drafted, and the regional labor office and the university and the educational institutions were learning from each other. Well, I think that there are certain disagreements as regard using the terms teacher and student here in adult education. But there is always a person that transfers knowledge, but then there must be a student if they exchange experiences. Then another issue is access or accessibility. And here we're talking about physical accessibility owing to the European cohesion funds, etc. We have these options to buy extra equipment, to buy extra, well, to have some infrastructural solutions. We can adapt the system to what is needed. Then another issue is the price, is the affordability of the system. The education is not for free, owing to the European social funds. For now, we have funds to grow and finance the support. However, we understand that the European funds, this is not like a bottomless sea of opportunities. At some point in time, this sea will dry out, but it's about planning the whole system. It's not about the operations as they go. So in this financial perspective, we want to test solutions related to the individual learning accounts. We want to run a pilot in the new financial perspective, and we want to see whether we're capable of launching a system of continuous and guaranteed system for financing adult learning in Poland. And the final component is flexibility of the offer, in the sense that the offer should be tailored at needs and actual demands of the learning person. And here we have some European funds available. We invest in remote education, in module training, and a variety of initiatives that help us to grow and develop our competence hand in hand with the local knowledge and educational centers. As what it was mentioned here, they've been financed from the central budget for now. But in the next perspective, 2021-2027, they will be financed at the regional level. Each region can allocate funds to that with the coordinating function performed by the Ministry of Education and Science. Then we have the second pillar. So we're talking about, so it's about life learning skills, and we have these crucial skills, basic skills, which are recommended by the European Commission on the upskilling pathway. What we need here is the model of local knowledge and education centers. Well, actually, it's hard to imagine that you approach someone who is 45 and say, well, your reading comprehension is poor. This is a course for you. You please come and join. That's not going to work. It is about reaching out through the local community by giving a helping hand and adding the development of the basic skills. Well, let's be honest, that should be happening at school. Children in school, at the school level, they should leave school with learning habits, with strong basic skills. In many instances, that doesn't happen And as research shows, about 25% of Poles struggles when it comes to the basic needs. And it's a big group, but you cannot just tell them, well, you need a reading comprehension course, and please come and register tomorrow. This is not going to work. So, well, research shows that if a European, a Pole wants to learn or study, that is because of the urge to improve one's living conditions, having a better job, etc. So job where work should be a learning-friendly place, and here the European funds come hand in hand. We develop projects where we educate the European personnel, management personnel, where we show how to develop employee skills, change their attitudes by offering not only vocational skill upgrade. And the third element, the third component, says strong coordination and cooperation. So we have very many institutions involved in adult education, lots of institutions and various kinds of forms of support. So it's a hierarchic structure in the educational system is not going to work. It's not about someone up there developing a program and then these programs being introduced at the bottom level. Adult learning should be a cooperation, should be partnership among various organizations, not only in the field of education, but also education organizations like NGOs, so active on the labor market system, employment market, all those that may and can affect the attitude and learning attitudes in general. I believe that cooperation is the key here, and we support such measures to support cooperation and coordination among institutions. And as the previous speaker mentioned, there are regional skills developing platforms, and then we have EPALE, European platform, the platform for exchanging knowledge among persons who teach adults who are active in the adult learning field. So my message from my presentation is that we have a number of tools, very many tools indeed, that we should start implementing. We have this fantastic project that hosts us today. That project provides us all the materials, all the toolboxes that we need. And let's try and use it. We keep on saying that this or that is not available, but we do have the funds, but we do have the toolboxes, so let's try and combine them and use them, and let's try to introduce it. So instead of saying that we don't know where we are and that things don't work, perhaps we can work on that and perhaps reach out to achieve the 60%, which is the European Commission's target for adult learning. Thank you. Stanisław, Anna, thank you so much for this excellent presentation. Stanisław, I must say that I've been repeating that since 2018, that if we want to improve the educational indices, we need to talk to the main statistical office. So how would you answer this question? Have you been involved in activities intentionally, in any intentionally planned educational activities that were of institutional nature and were a part of extramural educational activity? Well, I haven't, and I think that these questions need to be rephrased. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to be very brief, because I know that we're actually entering It is our coffee break time right now.
So I'll be brief and to the point. So how do we measure educational activity of adult Polish people? So if I wanted to answer this question on the basis of Statistics Poland, we have results of labor force survey, and we can see that educational activity of adults has not changed since 2001 because they started monitoring it. There are some changes that you can see on this line, but it is from 0 to 10. So these changes are not very big. It is surprising because if you think about that, Krakow, Poland, if you compare it between 1990s, the 2000, see these two photos. That's how Poland has changed. So let's say all these things are happening despite the fact that adults are not learning. I don't know how engineers have their competences, how experts have new competences if they do not learn, or they learn just a little. So I'm inspired to have a closer look how educational activity of adults is measured by the Central Statistical Office. When we did studies and research like Central Statistical Office, we had similar results, but other data pointed us elsewhere. So we had a closer look. I'm not going to give you the whole story. I know there is time for coffee break. So when we had a closer look, it turned out that the values of the indexes of educational activity of adults, even if we asked about the same forms of education, but we used a different language. Well, actually, our results were so much bigger. You can see the slide showing the percentage of adults 25-64 years of age learning in a non-formal education system versus formal education system. That's the last line. I mean, the one at the top. In 2020, we had 28% of people who, throughout the last 3 or 4 weeks, participated in some form of learning, non-formal, informal. So here, we ask questions about 12 months. There is a discussion whether we should ask about 4 weeks, 12 months. I'm not going to talk more about that, but in the last 12 months in non-formal education, without health and safety courses, but almost 50% participated in some activity, non-formal education during the last 12 months. If you look in total numbers, including also informal education, this percentage of adult learners is 86%. So, if we ask about changes, we should point out that things were happening during the pandemic, and as it could be expected, more people learned in the mode of distant learning, vocational training on the internet, 11% before the pandemic, during the pandemic, 21%. But there is the drop in like a regular mode of learning, so in classes, in buildings, physically. Obviously, remote learning, remote work pertained to some sectors only, not all of them. Interestingly, the level of educational activity of adults is correlated with participation in sports events and cultural events. We are not talking about the person exercising on their own. No, we are talking about sports events which are organized. One more thing. I want to go back one slide. We mentioned formal education as well. As for postgraduate schools, it is a small percentage actually. In the previous slide, you could see that participation in formal education goes down in time. Why? because we are looking for forms which are best adjusted to our time restrictions, various like preferences and our own circumstances, and which are simply flexible. We are learning in a workplace, and you can see here that 30% of people during the pandemic declared that they've been developing their competences in their workplace because they received training, mentoring, coaching about, I don't know, using new piece of equipment, new platforms, and so on and so forth. And then, first of all, we learn non-formally. So we use the internet, we use various circumstances, we learn with others, from others, with our colleagues, from our colleagues. So we develop our knowledge, but in a non-formal way. So let me put it like that. Learning is like a patchwork. So it includes various elements, and brought together, they create a cohesive unit, thanks to which we may gain competences that we need to move about in social life, in labor markets. So it is not a linear formal education. No, that's different. There are different elements adding up to this whole image of a patchwork. And we learn differently depending on our age. Yes, we talk about lifelong learning, but when we are kids, we use mostly formally. But then, when we are professionally active, dominant forms are other forms of learning, other forms of developing competences, including community-related learning, learning by doing, so learning from each other, and using new tools. We have to bear in mind, when we think about supporting educational activity, we have to bear in mind that this person, which is to undertake this educational activity, this person is influenced by various factors: the labor market, technology development, cultural patterns, which tell us how to spend time, how to develop, whether it matters, whether it is significant or not, lifestyles, educational system, which is to build positive learning experience. It cannot discourage us from learning. If we discourage young people from learning, we cannot expect for them to be joyfully developing their competences throughout their lives. No, because they will have negative associations with education. Summary: when we talk about adult learning, we have to remember that there are various forms which add up to the patchwork, this rich mosaic composing or including various forms. Then, a learner in the center of this picture. We have to use the right language. We can't impose the language that they do not understand. Diversity of factors influencing motivation for learning and actual opportunities, actual possibility. Limitations, maybe there is a financial factor, but basically the major barrier is that we are not motivated because we think we do not need any additional learning in our workplace. So we need to define the situation in the right way. We need to position our support in the right way. What is important is working environment because it may stimulate for development. So the role of employer, managing personnel that also needs support in talent development. And there are some sectoral councils of competences. So simply it is also absolutely necessary to support employers. So we need to take this holistic approach, learning in our leisure time, sports, culture. Finally, we have to remember that for LLL, it is important that we have flexibility and hybrid forms, combining the physical reality with the distant, the internet reality, online reality, then short formulas, like snippets of knowledge that you receive under various circumstances, various places. It is also very important that we can meet, because experiences, exchanging experiences, is absolutely necessary, and then building relations are absolutely necessary for building our social competences. Thank you very much. It's time for a coffee break. organizers ask us to have a shorter break, let's say till 12:10, so 20 minutes. I know people are displeased when there are shorter coffee breaks. I know. So 20 minutes. Be back on 12:10. Do not bring any food or drinks or beverages into this room. So it is our big request. I know it's not typical, but so no snacks in this particular room, if I may request that. So now it's time for you, coffee break. Please be back at 12:10. Our internet participants, registrations forms, thumbs up if you can. Thank you very much. We are back 12:10.
Well, I'm just looking at you, ladies and gentlemen of the audience gathered here, and I'm wondering whether we can start. I'm afraid I have to start, because if I don't start, no one's going to come, and we'll keep on waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that the coffee break wasn't very long, wasn't it? But we need to move on to, otherwise our lunch break is endangered. So in the first session, we were covering some fundamentals. We were looking at lifelong learning, at challenges in this area. But now let us move on to the actions and measures in the project. And let me first quote one of the speakers. We should be using what we have. We should focus on utilizing the toolboxes which are available and to use some coordinated measures to enable lifelong learning at the national and regional level. And I would like to present to you more information related to our project, COMORELP. I wanted to introduce the project, and I wanted to explain what we've achieved so far, and I want to share some observations about the challenges, and later on Claudio Dondi from Italy will present us the concept of the lifelong learning labs, and then we'll have representatives from our partners who will be sharing their experiences related to setting up these labs in their respective regions. So a few bits of information about the labs. So let me just say it again. So we have a consortium of 6 partners in our region. We are lucky to have as many as 2 partners from this region, and this way our footprint is quite strong. And then we have partners from Italy, from Turkey, from the UK, from France, and from Belgium. And as you can see here, we have logotypes of the institutions engaged in delivering this project. So we have this lifelong learning platform. So this project is also a follow-up of the learning hub aimed at strengthening lifelong learning policy-related measures. Professor Górniak has covered that, so I'm not going to dwell on that. We also have the Business Management School for CIS from Italy, Arcola Research from Belgium, and the University Boğaziçi from Turkey. Now about the objectives. So in general, it is to create an open platform for collaborating to improving and comparing regional life learning policies. So this platform is a COMORELP Policy Lab platform. And we've leveraging the results, the outcomes of previous EU initiatives and projects. When approaching this project, we've looked at the important role of regions in lifelong learning policy. On the one hand, regions are sufficiently large when it comes to available financing mechanism. On the other hand, is still within a reach of the learning participants and organizations active in this area. We've realized that there is a need for a continuous political and financial support in lifelong learning, for lifelong learning policies, and these projects are to fill this gap or support that. As Professor Górniak was saying, it is about working out certain mechanisms and tools that would allow us to reflect on what we do in the lifelong learning area. So the process of mutual learning is important not only at the level of individuals, but at the level of collective units such as regions, so they can leverage their experience to achieve certain goals. Well, it is not about directly transferring certain solutions, because they must be aligned, adapted to local circumstances, but about inspiring, about modeling after some success stories. So the important thing is that we want to initiate or support regional lifelong learning labs that's been initiated already. I mean, reviewing the available lifelong learning policies. We would like our stakeholders, representatives, to evaluate lifelong learning policies available in regions. It is our target to set up a platform that would enable that lifelong learning knowledge exchange and we've already had an event in Małopolska. In this region, we had also a round table organized by our Turkish partners. And now the key thing, well, lessons learned from the project, its critical assessment and introduction of the solutions and their potential adjustment. So what's important here, mutual learning regions, self-reflection, mutual learning. So what we've achieved so far, we've prepared a list of criteria to be assessed when assessing lifelong learning measures in regions. So we have the list of the criteria. Our Italian partners prepared it, the first draft, then it was consulted in many regions. Then we had lots of comments from our stakeholders, and we worked continued working on improving that tool. On that basis, we've created a list of indexes or ratios for exchange, for improvement of the evaluation, and Marzena Torbus is going to talk about it. And then we have the initial reports on lifelong learning policy in regions, and then on the basis of our indices, we'll be updating the reports. And then we organized some regional roundtables to assess the available tools and for the purpose of self-evaluation of the regions. This is not an easy, a simple and straightforward process, but certain actions have been already taken. And then some challenges that come with the project, and which I consider the key from the point of view of the project. So first is engaging, involvement of decision makers. Well, the project will be successful if the decision makers are keen on using our toolbox, if they're interested in joining us in the effort, and without their commitment, it is quite unlikely that the set of tools will be useful. Even if we successfully complete the process, there will be no one to utilize the outcome. Then the second concept is we need to have the well organized and well performed self-evaluation with the minimum commitment of the region. And then the next challenge is encouraging other regions to use the tool and to have its or go through their self-evaluation themselves, because it is not only about creating this tool, it is about spreading it and disseminating it to other regions. Then the next thing is, it is crucial that the benchmarking system that we are working on be used as the opportunity for a self-reflection, or so a critical self-reflection, and not only as the opportunity to show that we're so excellent and so great. Well, I think it is a great tool, but it requires this critical self-assessment. Without the critical concept, that tool is not going to be successful. So I think we're on the path of developing it well. And if we see that the tool meets its purpose, it should be used in such a way that it enables this learning. So I thank you for your attention. I hope that my presentation was exhaustive. So I would like to give the floor now to our Italian colleagues.
The floor is yours, Claudio.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Claudio Dondi. I represent here CIS, the Training and Business School of the Industrial Union of Reggio Emilia in Emilia-Romagna. And I thank Barbara for giving me the opportunity to explain one of the basic concepts of this project, the laboratory, the Regional Laboratory for Lifelong Learning. She has already mentioned a lot of things, so I will try to be brief, knowing that we are not so far from lunch and we have other things between me and lunch. So I think it is important to start from a concept that has been mentioned, the concept of lifelong learning. I would use a metaphor that I hope doesn't offend anybody. Lifelong learning is a concept with big eyes and short legs. It's a concept that is looking far. It's a far-sighted concept, but progresses slowly because not because people don't understand, although the concept has some difficulty to be understood, but because there are so many organizations, so many implications in making a real lifelong learning policies at regional level, that we felt the need of retaking the initiatives of some years ago of the lifelong learning platform and relaunching this concept of regional lifelong learning. It's even older. I remember at CEDEFOP we had the concept of learning regions in the middle of the 90s. That was also an application of lifelong learning to the regional level. And so we conceived this concept of a laboratory, a regional lab. What is a regional lab? It should be a way that doesn't limit itself to observe, to collect data, but involves the regional community in an effort to monitor, but not only to monitor and to innovate. The monitoring, the evaluation are there not to be ignored or to criticize the existing political leadership, but are there in order to stimulate positive change, integration, increase of resources for adult learning. You know that when you look at the expenditure in education of different countries, you have a lot of expenditure for youth people. You may say it's not enough, but in proportion it's a lot, and very little that is spent for adult learners. And this, in a society that is changing so quickly, it's absolutely inexplicable, if not on a historical ground, because we were used to train young people and then they had to work, not to learn. That was finished. Now we know it's not like this, everybody is saying, but the implication in terms of moving budget, or at least increasing budget for adult learners, is still not there. So what do we want to do with the regional lab? What is this concept? I will try to be a little bit more precise on what we have in mind with the regional lab. First of all, the regional authority must be part of this lab. It cannot be just a spectator. May not be the coordinator, but it should be at the table, at least to give data, to listen, and to participate in the discussion. But it should be a multi-stakeholder. It should not be limited to the regional government. It's not a closed room just for the people who are in the regional government. It's a place where stakeholders, starting from learners, representative, training, education providers, employers, labor representative, civil society are able to express needs, to express where they see the problem, where they see the challenge, and give suggestions on how this challenge can be addressed. It should be relevant to existing policy challenges and developments, because if we talk of things that are not at all in the agenda of the policymakers, we will be ignored. So we need to grasp within the big area of lifelong learning some themes that are actually perceived as the present challenge. It should have a user orientation. We should apply concept of design thinking, thinking of what improves from the learner's point of view if we do a certain change in the current policy. It should be intersector, as it was already mentioned several times. One of the biggest problems of lifelong learning policies is that they require a lot of public policy agencies to coordinate themselves, to avoid overlaps and to discover the gaps. So we talk a lot about the overlaps, but there is also a problem of gaps. There are target groups and areas that are not covered either by education or by employment or by other departments of the public administration. And then VET, vocational education and training, and adult education should be seen together, not with the historic barrier on one side, what is relevant to the job, and on the other side, what is irrelevant to the job, that may be relevant for the person. To renew policy-making cycle based on stakeholders' involvement and the set of agreed criteria. And we come to the agreed criteria, the indicators that we are trying to put together that will be presented this afternoon after lunch. And maybe they are not perfect, but they are a step forward, I think, in the possibility to analyze and compare lifelong learning policies. Try to move quickly. What is the laboratory doing? It's reporting in descriptive and illustrative of best practice, and it allows peer learning amongst the regional labs. It has already mentioned by Barbara, there is this purpose in the project that regions not only develop themselves, but establish a collaboration network among themselves on this. Reporting is the usual way. We describe chapter by chapter what has been done in the regions. If there are good practice, we put in evidence the good practice. We will do it a little bit this afternoon to show that we have started already this work. But then there is the other chapter that is a little bit more ambitious because it has to abstract from the specificity, and it's the benchmarking. That is a more synthesis way of working with questions and indicators, and it's designed to allow comparisons on the same indicator. That is complex, that is ambitious. We had to quarrel a few months in starting from Reggio Emilia and up to now, how to aggregate, how to order, how to write the questions, how to define the terms. So this is one of the conceptual work, the most complex conceptual work that we did in this project, but I think we are now at a good level. And then both reporting and benchmarking are based on stakeholders' involvement in the regional lab. So who writes the report? Well, writing is maybe the job of the partner, but expressing and describing is the job of the whole group of people around the regional lab. So both reporting and benchmarking are not done by a single authority that decides, well, we are good in this and we are bad in that. No, every participant in the group has the right to give a value, and then when there are disagreements, these disagreements have to be discussed. And only when there is an agreement, something can be put in the benchmarking and compared with other regions. And this process in itself, irrespective of the comparison, is already such a big progress in the way that lifelong learning enters into the regional debate. And it's really, we think, an important thing. Yes, well, I've already explained the fourth box. Now, who should be involved in a regional level? Regional authority, we said, but not only one department, because typically lifelong learning is multi-sectoral if we want real lifelong learning and not the juxtaposition of different sectors. Education and training organizations representative, those who represent the supply with the problems, with the difficulty to reach the more deprived segment of the population, with the difficulty of guaranteeing a good quality for all, etc., the usual problems. Learners group representative, and not only the organized students, not only the organized union of workers, but also groups of society that have less habit to participate, like migrants, like socially peripheral area, etc. We mentioned city and region this morning, so I think it's important not to take care only of the urban environment where big universities like this exist, but also the countryside, also areas in which learning is not really in the agenda of everybody every day. Employers representative, of course, because we are learning for life, but we are also learning for jobs sometimes. Civil society organizations that are active in lifelong learning and can provide a lot of living together competence, social competence, civic competences that are also necessary in our society, because in a society that moves very quickly, if we are not able to live with diversity, with different people, with different opinions, we don't go very far. Sub-regional and local authorities plus national authorities relevant at the regional level. So it shouldn't be just reserved to the regional articulation of the state, but it should include the real state authority at the regional level, and it should include the sub-regional local authority in the effort, because as we know, a region tends to be concentrated in the capital of the region very often. And how should it work? I think this is the part on which I need to read, because it's more detailed. Ideally, it's hosted by a regional authority. It might also be coordinated by another organization. Now, here in Poland, it is probably the university that is inviting the regional office for employment. In Emilia-Romagna, we are trying to make it hosted by the regional government, the Department for Education and Training. Government should be plural and transparent. So whoever organizes, there should be a coordination group in which the different categories that I mentioned before have a say. So it shouldn't be just a convocation. I mean, we authority, university, or government call everybody else. Okay, you may call if you are the coordinator, but there should be a sort of steering committee of this laboratory. The structure may be very light, hosted by existing bodies, so there is no need. I mean, if you want, you can, of course, nobody says that is not possible, but in principle, this is possible even without creating a new structure, a new office for the lifelong learning monitoring. It can just be the coordination of existing body. Meetings of the stakeholders, we suggest, should be run at least twice a year, because for less than twice a year, it becomes really a ritual, and the people don't work, but just greet and tell what have you done in the last 6 months. Reporting and benchmarking as a starting task, but they are not they don't need to be the only task. These are the tasks that the project is proposing. We hope that starting from these tasks, a dynamic of collaboration will flourish, and so there will be also other events, other inter-sector coordinated activity on specific priorities of the lifelong learning agenda, and then proposing experimentation and recommendations to improve lifelong learning policy as a main operational task. So we monitor, we evaluate, we compare, but then we need to do something in the proactive way. So we need to propose some improvement, some new initiative that addresses some gaps that may have been discovered. And then the last dimension and the last slides is about international. Okay. Okay, reports will allow learning from one another. Good practice may be recontextualized and adapted. So you may find that in Emilia-Romagna we are doing something interesting that could be done also here. We may find that in Malopolska there is a new initiative that we don't have and we would like to activate. I could make some examples that are already in the intervention you made, but I have to be quick because it's almost 1 o'clock. Benchmarking will allow comparisons on the same set of indicators, and this is important. As you know, benchmarking can be competitive or collaborative. This one is collaborative, just to be clear. So it's in order to work together. We define some areas in which we see that one of the regions is more advanced than the other, and so the region may offer peer learning, visits, study visits, and so this is the beginning of what we hope to be a sustainable development. Best performers in one field will offer peer reviewing and learning opportunities to other regions. The network is open to new regions to join. Now we are 5, 6 regions that are comparing their data. Probably in a few years, if we are successful, we will have several more regions in other countries that will join, and our neighboring region in our country that may discover that this is quite interesting and will ask to join. So that is all for the moment. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning, welcome everybody, and now it's my pleasure to host this short session. My name is Marcin Kocur. I'm also involved in this project, and this session will be giving you some background, okay, about how the activities in the particular regions looked like, how we got to the point we are now with the lab, with the indicators and the job at all. Please let me start with our region, Małopolska, as a hosting region right now, and then I will be asking the rest of our partners to give us also like a short speech about their activities and their experience in the project. Beginning of our work, our progress was pretty difficult. Okay. We started with the developing of the indicators, first of the dimension of the indicators, then just adding the indicators to these dimensions. And it was a pretty long procedure, okay? But then when we had like a draft of this list, we started to test it, okay? And the first step, at least in Poland, was expert consultation, which took place at April-May last year during the pandemic. It was remote consultation with the experts. Mostly we tried to confirm, test just this draft of this list. Then during the expert panel in June last year, we discussed with our partners, with the regional institutions, with the local universities, with the Voivode Office Labor, also NGOs, to discuss our approach at all, particularly about the list of the dimensions and how they are estimate our ideas. As a result, we have kind of again confirmation that the Małopolska region is pretty leading in the country as a LLL, lifelong learning policy procedure. But also we figure out yet then, okay, some challenges, especially I will just emphasize later in the second, okay, that we should more include and take into the consideration the perspective of the particular employers. Okay. Just before our meeting last year in Italy, in November, we had a small remote workshop which was organized and led by our partners with the Małopolska Labor Office. And results were presented at Italy during our partner meetings. After that, during December last year, with our students, we did some good practice identification. With the help of our students, we identify some good practices in the domain of the lifelong learning policies in the region, and the detailed results will be presented tomorrow by the students. So just a short invitation to this. Basia, using also help of our students, did something additional with the list of the indicators we already had. She did just a pilot test of the tool to evaluate the indicators for the policy in the regions. It was done by the internet survey with only 12 experts, but just gave us some good inputs. How we should improve our tools, and we used these results for the regional round table which took place just a week ago, and during this round table we also figured out the same challenges, particularly that we should include more context of the employee's perspective in our indicators. So that's the activities from Poland, and now I will like to invite Italy, Claudia probably, Emilia-Romagna region, or is yours again?
I have no slide. Sorry, I have no time to prepare the slides. I must say that our activity in preparation of the lab has been quite diluted. We did essentially similar things as here in Krakow. We started by activating stakeholders from the regional government. That was the most sensitive interface for this project. Dr. Marzano, who will intervene in half an hour, will be our first. But then we talk also with employers representative. You must know that CIS is part of the employer system of Emilia-Romagna, so it was not so difficult to have their listening attention. With universities, with schools, with vocational education and training organization. The idea was well received, and of course we immediately got the attention of the regional government, who promised to organize a meeting of the tripartite table that involves regional government, unions and employers on the part of employment. We have contacted also the regional office of the Ministry of Education, who has not yet replied, but we are confident we will convince them to join. And we started, of course, on the basis of the table of indicator, at the same time to check whether they agreed on the areas and on the proposed indicator, at the same time to start to answer in order to prepare the first report that we delivered some months ago. Now, from this report, of course, just to give you a flavor of what comes out, and we have already started to reflect on where are the challenges. Our region is known to be an active and leading region in the field of education and vocational training, but still there is a lot of fragmentation of initiative. The weak point is, again, coordination. The fact is that probably we don't have so many overlaps, but we have some gaps that we found when we saw, well, on inclusion and this target group, we have the needs, but we don't have the migrants. We have the migrants, but we don't have. So it's complicated. If we really want to reach out the whole population, that is one of the aims of lifelong learning, to be covering the whole population, there are some points that are. But amongst the strong points, there is the fact that the issue of lifelong learning is connected with the issue of research and attractiveness of our region also for talents coming from outside. So the talent element is in the picture. Coordination can be improved. Vet and non-vet are separate. On one side there is education, on the other side there is employment, and it's difficult to really bridge this gap that everybody says should be bridged, that especially the point on transversal competencies, the no one's land. Formal education is not doing, vocational education has some difficulty to develop it explicitly because it's based on qualifications that goes on practical skills. The point on inclusion I've already mentioned, and there is the point, a strong point is civic participation, because our region has since many years a regional law on civic participation. So let's say the citizenship education is part of the picture, and it's quite developed in collaboration between the formal education system and also civil society organization. That's all for Emilia-Romagna.
Thank you, Claudio. And now I would like to invite our partners from the Istanbul Tokay, Arif.
So, hi everyone. My name is Elif Yıldız. I am from Boğaziçi University, Istanbul, Turkey. And I will be presenting on behalf of my project team. And I may be the youngest member of this project, COMORELP project, so it's a big honor and pleasure to be presenter here in this room. So thank you for being here, and I would like to thank you also the translator for being my voice in another language. So I will be presenting about our activities we carry out in COMORELP project in Turkey. It's basically reviewing the reports and strategic documents created for lifelong learning practices, organizing a regional roundtable in Turkey, collecting best practices in the region and the country, and of course disseminating the project in different occasions. What did we achieve? We learned how the lifelong learning policies are created and by whom. And we learn how the activities are evaluated and how these are reported to the policy makers. We, of course, revealed the weaknesses, strengths, and the strategies to take an action towards these weaknesses. And of course, we met with many actors in lifelong learning. In challenges and difficulties, we have seen that there are many different actors in the field, like universities, other public education centers different than universities, and NGOs, foundations for different target groups, and municipalities, and of course, private sector. There is a central lifelong learning policy in Turkey, but these actors can also determine their different perspective. Also, of course, it's hard to assess their activities in a single framework. When we came to strengths in lifelong learning, we have seen that the variety of these trainings are quite enhanced, and the value of the education is recognized by the most of the population, which is good. And of course, the variety of these options for participating in lifelong learning activities are also in the center. And also another important point is this collaboration with the companies and institutions in lifelong learning activities and the tracking the new trends in lifelong learning. In weaknesses, of course, we have seen the big flow of migration in Turkey. And it's hard to know the target groups and their needs, and it's never ending. And having different regional identities and lack of coordination towards it is a weakness. and distant learning, inclusivity, and lack of community awareness for creating a lifelong learning culture is a weakness in Turkey. It will be in another session, so it's all for now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Elif. Now time for the Wells. Greg? You don't have a presentation.
Hello everybody, I'm Greg Holloway representing Arcola Research UK. However, I want to say at this point that we also have an office and operation in Portugal, so intend to remain fully engaged with Europe. It is already beginning to feel a little bit strange being part of European projects as a UK representative, as I'm sure you understand, but I'm very pleased to be here. I'm really enjoyed the presentations as well prior to this. I'd like to thank everybody that has presented today. Some very, very interesting information, overviews, really, really valuable work. And several things have hit me before I get into what we're doing. I'm going to be very brief with what we've done. Is the focus, I'm very pleased to hear non-formal education being mentioned quite a lot. The data relating to women and educational change, and particularly Poland, was really fascinating for me. In terms of regions, we've selected Wales. I have a background that includes Wales, but I want to make the point a Welsh background through my dad. However, Arcola UK is based in London. It was a difficult choice for us, actually making regional selections. Very pleased that we chose Wales, but also I want to just speak very, very briefly about regions and the UK. The UK, as the name suggests, is actually a conglomeration of 4 quite distinct regions, and Wales itself, our chosen area, is a country in its own right, with its own language and with numerous divisions within it. There are 4 major subdivisions, but there are also sort of regions within regions, the way in which it's all, the way in which Welsh government and Welsh services are delivered is really quite complex. So it's interesting. Wales maps onto some of our other partner regions quite well, and it's been very, very educational actually, sort of beginning to work with Wales, and interesting to see the differences between UK regions, particularly the difference between central UK government based in England and devolved government based in Wales, and the Welsh approach to education. So much like all of our other partners, we've engaged in exactly the same way. We've engaged with government officials, policy advisors, implementation organisations, and those most at the forefront, really, of delivery in the UK, so in Wales, sorry, apology, Welsh, and Welsh participants. And also, I'd like to say hi to all of those participating online via YouTube, etc., particularly our Welsh participants, and also echo the thanks to our translators who have made it possible for engagement in the first part of this. So online research, we've done an extensive amount of work in terms of Wales, in terms of strategy, policy, key policy programme implementations, and identifying and engaging with the main delivery partners, policy and implementation organisations and people in Wales itself. The other thing that has been a real challenge for us and Wales has obviously been the Brexit situation. This led to great difficulty, in fact, in actually drawing engagement with this project initially, partly because in the first year of this project's development, there were national elections in Wales occurring, which obviously has a big impact on education policy and the ways in which money will be used, utilised, and this is always political. So that's been a challenge, but a very, very interesting one, and something that we've actually moved quite a long way with, really, which is very, very positive to see, to feel. So we've also looked at some very, very interesting good practices in Wales, and I've been really, really pleasantly surprised. It's been extremely educational to find out just how much is going on in Wales, how much actually sort of Welsh policy seems to align, if this isn't a bad thing to say publicly, but there's a very, very, there's a common denominator in terms of people's approach here. So we've written up 5 representative good practices: REACT, Restart, Tithe, Digital Communities Wales, Wales Union Learning Fund, and it was interesting also to hear about individual learning accounts being mentioned in earlier presentations. This is something else that's not on my presentation, but it is a part of the Welsh policy approach. And together with COMORELP partners, we've contributed to the benchmarking quite significantly. I'm pleased also to hear the benchmarking system referred to as a collaborative system, because I found our use of that terminology potentially problematic sometimes when approaching others. And we've conducted tests of the benchmarking of the tool, and we've actually just completed what we hope is value added for the project itself. We've written the Welsh regional report using the benchmarking system as a model, so hope that's something that our partners will hear about tomorrow in the partner meeting. So we've completed data gathering and our analysis stage. We've carried out quite extensive stakeholder interviews, finalised the report that I've just mentioned, and we're keeping stakeholders engaged, and I'm really, really looking forward to our regional roundtable in the coming weeks in Wales itself. So I think I'm actually going to leave it here because I think I've gone on a little long, okay? Presentations available online, okay? Thanks very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Greg. And last but not the least, Franz, Ronald, and Axel.
Yes, I have a presentation. Which is So, dzień dobry. I already achieved half of my Polish skills, so I will move to English now. We wanted to give you some information about the situation in the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, you may know, which is actually a young region. Young because, as you may know, in France, there were several merging of regions. And so Auvergne and Rhône-Alpes merged together to create a new region, which we were very inspired to name it Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. So as you see, it's a quite big region, especially for France. So 8 million inhabitants, almost 400,000 students involved. Quite a low level of unemployment, but very specific characteristic depending on the departments of the territories. But a region which is quite dynamic and one of the most wealthiest region in France, following the Paris region. About the work we conduct with the local stakeholders for the COMORELP project. So we try to work, and we are working with the people from the vet sectors, the higher education, the employment, the companies, the adult education as well, and the people from the Regional Economic and Social Council, which is basically the same as the European EIC, but at the regional level in the region Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. So trying to following the lifelong learning policies in the territory. So the first step was to identify the good practices, but the idea was to go a little bit further. And maybe this is one of the weaknesses, which is actually also an opportunity for the project, is that the regional council, as a whole in France, they have competencies on upper secondary and higher education, so training in general. But in the region, in the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, we don't have an LLL policy as such, meaning that there is no. If you are looking in the official policies, you will not see lifelong learning policies as such. Of course, there are a lot of things for VET, for training, for apprentices, for apprenticeship. So it exists, but you need to put the focus a little bit more and to bring the details into the global frame to have this LLL policy to be described. Then the other opportunity the project is facing, that for the moment the regional council is focusing a lot on the short terms and trying to find an adequation between the job market and the job offers and the training for unemployed or for the young people, which means that which is definitely useful, of course, but we are lacking of the long-term vision, and things that might exist before are no more in places. And in the end, it gives the opportunity for the COMORELP project to launch this lifelong learning lab, involving the stakeholders who are willing to engage themselves in this perspective of reflecting, having a more long-term vision for the lifelong learning policies. So there is a space for a lifelong learning lab, involving, of course, the regional government, but also all the more local and regional stakeholders. I just wanted to highlight two practices that we will discuss tomorrow, just as a teasing for you to join us in the workshops. So the first one is called Promo 16-18, so Promo 16-18. Which is actually a national program, but with some local and very local declination on the territories, which is led in the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region by the AFPA, which is the adult education structure, and which is fighting dropouts. So trying to catch this young pupils, these young people, which actually are not no more pupils, to bring them back all together for 13 weeks all together, trying new jobs and trying to get them back into a training program and things like that. And it's really concentrate. So there's small numbers of young people involved, but it's really operational, and it gives very great results, so we'll discuss that tomorrow. And also the regional platform for apprentices mobility, you may know here in Malopolska, because we know that there was some regular contacts between this platform and the regional office. So promoting the apprentices mobility for VET mobility, and which is definitely complicated for this specific profile, and trying to find ways and activities for them. So this will be at in the picture tomorrow. So dziękuję, and I'm now 100% of my Polish skills, so I can leave the floor.
Thank you, Axel. I hope you will learn more Polish during this day. Okay, so before the lunch break, we would like to invite some stakeholders from the two countries, to share their perspective on the lifelong learning policies laboratories. And first, I would like to invite a representative of the Krakow City Council for the senior policy, Pani Anna Okońska-Walkowicz, pełnomocnik prezydenta miasta Krakowa do spraw polityki senioralnej. Bardzo proszę.
Dzień dobry Państwu. No, to prawdziwy zaszczyt, żeby interesantów mógł przemawiać. Jestem, tak jak tutaj mój jeden z moich przedmówców powiedział.
For a stakeholder to be allowed to take a floor. I'm an activated stakeholder. So one can say that the lab has met one of its purposes, and I'm very grateful for that. As a former employee, as a former university member of the academia, I appreciate the importance of ratios, of indices. Do not think that I'm trying to move away from testing, analyzing indices, etc. One very important aspect of the lab's operation is that actually it is about promoting the concept of learning. Well, this concept has been abandoned altogether. I believe that institutions that are professionally involved in learning, but in the social reception, generally there are other buzzwords like activity, like activity. It evokes learning. But learning becomes secondary in this respect. So if the authorities of the region, if they learn once again that it's so important to have people from the region, that it's so important to have them involved, that the fate of the future generation hangs on it, well, it doesn't, it's not conveyed, but all these documents that I usually read. But so as a stakeholder, if I were to mention one thing, I would say that we should first start by saying, by describing what is happening when people have this opportunity to learn, have this opportunity to discover new things. Well, the school will not do that for us because schools are they're busy with something else, but and it focuses on a very different concept. But if we have well, schools does not breed into students that urge for learning. So I think that in particular, our residents will appreciate it because it's a crucial aspect here.
Thank you very much. And now our second guest from Italy. They asked me in the service room to just make it a little bit longer break, but when I read the name of our guest, okay, it's make it easier. Gabriele Marzano, policy expert on employment policies, knowledge, research, employment, and enterprise directorate general, regional administration of Emilia-Romagna.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for today, this invitation to this conference. It was very, very, very interesting for us from Emilia-Romagna region, and we are very honored to be invited to this event, and very glad, and we hope that this will be a new opportunity, and there will be other opportunities to collaborate with you on this theme of lifelong learning. I am Gabriele Marzano. I work as policy expert on human capital and innovation public policies in Emilia-Romagna. I work on this theme from a long time, and I've been many opportunities to exchange also with many Polish regions the themes of human capital policies. So I am really glad to be here today. I also forward the greetings from our our regional counselor, that is Vincenzo Colla, is always glad to have partnerships with other regions, European regions, for exchanging good practices on this theme. Now, very shortly, because I have also only 10 minutes to talk, I will talk about two themes, specifically the general theme of this event, these lifelong learning policies in our region, and the other ones, our specific experience on lifelong learning laboratories in Emilia-Romagna that we did recently in this year, in the last year. About lifelong learning policies, we are in a very complex time. We live a complex time. We know, and many of the interventions before me remembered the Agenda 2030, the target that says that in 2030, 60% of the adult people across Europe is expected to make a recent experience on training or education. And we know that this target is difficult, will be very difficult for most of the European regions, because we know that many regions, in many regional labor markets, this percentage, this rate is not being reached out, and it is difficult that in 2030 will be reached out from our labor markets. For example, in Italy, we are still with this percentage, with this rate under the 20%. This means that only 20% from 10 to 20% of our employee and adult people can say that are experiencing a recurrent and a current experience of vet or education paths for themselves. This is also due to the fact that in many European regions we got a majority in the productive system, majority of small and medium enterprises, so not big enterprises, but small and medium enterprises. And as long as you understand, small enterprises many times don't have the ability to plan their policies for their employees in terms of human capital improvements, reskilling and upskilling. The other thing is that there is also a problem to anticipate what are the skills, the micro skills also that are requested in the labor market of the future because of the twin transition that we all now are experiencing, the digital transition and the green transition. What is changing, what is impacting, especially with this digital and the green transition, is that the fact that the way that we saw in the past about the forecasting of occupation is rapidly changing. Our anticipation systems, our capacity of anticipating and analyzing the demands from the firms on the new occupation is old, is many times out of date. This means that you got to now, in current times, you got to think about any profession is like as a kaleidoscope, as an instrument where there are little mirrors that correspond to micro skills, and these micro skills time to time partly change, partly die, disappear, and partly appear anew. It's not like that's part of the occupations because of the digital transition die and disappear as a whole. But the changing of the labor market means that continuously there's a transversal, a continuous changing of micro skills in a transversal way in all the occupation, and we could say in all of the aspects of our daily life. So what we did in Emilia-Romagna, what we are trying to do in Emilia-Romagna, we understood that in the forecasting of new professions and new skills for our labor market, our systems of analysis of the labor market and the future of skills, the skills intelligence was really out of date, were really old. And we try to recur to other European systems of analysis of the new skills, that is, for example, specifically the ESCO. Perhaps some of you know this system. It is the employment skills competencies system of the European Commission. It is very important because it is a sort of a taxonomy that provides the description of about 3,000 professions described all over Europe, all over the European Union, and a number of 13,000 micro skills, competencies, transversal and technical competencies related to these professions. We began since 2 years ago to use this ESCO system in order to understand what were the professions and the skills that are really required in our system, in particular in some sectors that are strongly connected with the twin transition. That is the big data and artificial intelligence sector and the green transition sectors, specifically on the circular economy. Why I'm talking about this effort in this methodology that we try to pursue in the last years? Because through these we tried also to establish some sort of lifelong learning laboratories in our region, in Emilia-Romagna, composed by many stakeholders that are university, vocational training centers, innovative firms, and trade unions. These laboratories work with us to analyze, to make a sort of desk analysis on all the professions that are described in the ESCO system in the sector that is the big data sector, that was the sector that we were interested to. Through this desk analysis, we tried also to analyze all the skills, the specific skills that are demanded by our stakeholders in order to build new vocational training policies and also university policies. And now we are conducting recurrently these lifelong learning laboratories in order to understand also what are the skill needs that are demanded by the circular economy new sector that is spreading out, especially in our regional context. So this is an example that I wanted to bring about to your discussion today. I would think that in 10 minutes I don't have surely the possibility to go into deep of this case, but I think that it is only also at least I think to testify the interest to the methodology that we are discussing today, the lifelong learning laboratories, is a real instrument, a real tool that we as Regione Emilia-Romagna want to endorse in order to reinforce our skills intelligence system. So I think and I hope that there will be other new opportunities in the future with you to share this good practice and to understand also what are the teachings of the learnings from your experience. So I thank you very much, and I hope that I was not too long for the agenda of this really important event. In compliments for the event.
It was perfect timing. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you everybody for your presentation, for your inputs, but I feel kind of inspired, and you remind me about some other experience from the Poland as well, that we have developed so-called sectoral skills councils. They are operating on the country level and working on the specific professional skills in the particular sectors. If I'm correct, Basia, just remind me, we have right now, I think, the 18 of the sectoral councils, 70. Okay, I just added one. Maybe it's just the sum, you know, like, yes. So they're working pretty well, and the results of the research, we just coordinating also as experts. Okay, they're like very promising. Okay, because I was told that the lunch is getting ready. Okay, but we have still a few minutes. Okay, so maybe there are like some questions from the room. It's a good opportunity for the experts, for all of us. No problem. I know that everybody are hungry or getting hungry. Question should be also maybe asked during the lunch, okay? There's one question.
It is not really a question, it is a reflection I'd like to share. Long life learning is introduced in companies. It's been happening since the end of 1990. It is very popular. There are simply different styles of learning made available. It's been introduced for years, and I'm just thinking about that, to what extent the laboratory was thinking about inviting coaches who already have had the experiences, who have had that, well, they are well organized, and they teach how to organize lifelong learning. These might be different approaches than here. We can talk about activity, passivity, but, well, they may focus on various topics. So I was thinking about that. Maybe there are resources in place, I mean in big companies, and come up with projects based on cooperation, because companies are interested in that. And they organize, for example, some training sessions or some courses in orphanages, so children's homes. So you don't need to do everything for money. People do things also for free because they are interested in that. So, well, long life learning is considered a personal development or part of it. And then people are very much involved. Many employees in their companies have intranets internally within the company, and they have access to Harvard Business School, MIT, Yale University, if the access is for free. And you may take advantage of various forms of development at a very high quality level. Then we have to be prepared for high level, for high quality, and we may get people interested. So people may learn and then pass on the knowledge. Once a week in big companies, an employee has 2 hours for their own personal development, minimum 2 hours, once a week. So there is this personal development happening all the time. So that's my reflection. I was thinking about that while listening to experts and to all the speakers. We can take advantage of some practices which are already in place. because it's already been happening in various companies. There are special departments for that in big companies. They want to inspire their employees to get engaged in lifelong learning. So personnel development or staff development in such companies is not about training sessions. No, it is done differently. But on an everyday basis, we can test something, train something, coach something, like a skill of giving feedback. So practical skills sometimes, not at the level of theory and reading about some principles, but it is simply practiced. How can I give feedback? How people react to that? How I react to feedback given to me? And all these activities are to improve efficiency of individual people on the one hand and efficiency of giving profits to the company. So there are already solutions, practices in these companies, I would say. So that's my reflection from a practical point of view. Thank you.
Anybody would like to comment this reflection? Very valuable, and so thank you.
Thank you very much for this reflection. Anyone? A question, a remark? No, I don't see any volunteers. I guess... Oh, let me rephrase it. I will respond to this remark or reflection, and then we'll have a lunch break. Thank you very much for your remark. Yes, we assume that in the laboratory there is space and place for employers, for companies, for business. What is more, we have undertaken such cooperation. At our first meeting of Regional Roundtable, we invited employers. Let me emphasize one more thing. When we talk about adult learning, we realize it is happening in our workplaces, especially. It is not the point that we have like laboratories creating new tools. No, at the level of the region, we should develop this reflection, how tools, policies that can be used within LLL policies management, how these policies can be more efficient, how they can support the transfer of knowledge between companies, the business, administration, so that we can use the tools and instruments which are already available. I also have a pleasure to be this sectoral skills council, and I have to say that contact and cooperation with training companies, with coaches, trainers who do these things professionally, they develop adult competence professionally. I learned a lot from them. It contributed a lot to what I do. And cooperation like that between sectors is of great importance. That's absolutely correct. We have to use the instruments that might be most useful, most efficient. Thank you very much for the first half of the day. It's time for a lunch break. Please be back after the lunch break. Thank you.
Gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome after the break. Before I move on with my presentation, some household items again. So the presentation about the ratios will be in English, but for those who've joined us from the Małopolska region or from other regions in Poland, we have a printout of the indicators in Polish, as well as to those who've joined us online. So please register with us, as Professor Worek described during her presentation. So once you've registered with us, then you have an email with this list of indicators in Polish.
Welcome everybody here in Krakow and those online, as well everyone who managed to join us today. Barbara has already introduced you to the project, and Claudio presented the idea of regional labs. I have the pleasure to present the results of our teamwork. So first of all, I would like to thank the team for entrusting me with this task. I hope I will not fail you. Coming to the presentation itself, the main aim of it is to familiarize you with the indicators we have designed. We believe these indicators, once fully developed, will allow the regions to evaluate their own lifelong learning policies. By doing so, we will be able to compare the policies of different regions in the nearest future. This is where the benchmarking system starts. However, self-assessment alone would not be enough to provide the details of the practices being used. By compiling these good practices from various regions, we will be able to use them to enrich our system, as well as facilitating positive learning from each other. These practices will also become the basis of our benchmarking. As a result, no region will be left behind. Developing the indicators was not an easy task, as it was mentioned a few times before, and there was a simple reason for that. As participants of the project, we come from different countries and regions. We all know that there are 27 EU countries. But do you have any idea how many regions there are? Take a wild guess. It's 242. 242 regions, each of which has its own characteristics, its own stakeholders, and its own legal framework. Each region is different from each other, and we can compare them in many ways in terms of various aspects and attributes. For example, population density, demographics, literacy levels, etc. Having examined these comparisons, we can customize our support and use the data in the best possible way for the well-being and development of the region. The question is if we will manage to introduce this data-driven approach to the lifelong learning field. As a team, we took up this challenge, and as it was mentioned before, it was not an easy task. We had heated debates about the indicators, sometimes taking a step forward followed by 2 steps back. We tested the prototype and continuously improved it. We learned from our stakeholders, and we learned from each other. Now, I would like to walk you through the basic characteristics of our indicators being used within labs. Before I do that, first, I should emphasize that labs are an opportunity to exchange knowledge among institutions and experts who work in the field of lifelong learning, as Claudio mentioned before, presenting the idea of labs. The dialogue undertaken as part of the assessment not only results in a specific shared statement and opinion on the regional policies, but above all, it is an opportunity to see other stakeholders in the process, also to acknowledge their perspective, and finally, to learn from them. Going back to characteristics, in order to maximize the cost effectiveness of the process, we use the qualitative approach based on existing data. As each region has its own characteristics, questioning too deeply can lead to exclusion, whereas oversimplification can lead to a loss of meaning and informational value. Therefore, we need to strike a balance between universality and comprehensiveness, as well as depth and simplicity. Coming to the actual indicators themselves, the questions are divided into three basic categories. It's designing policy at strategic level, implementation, and the third one, monitoring and evaluation. Now, I will walk you through the survey question shortly. Here's the first question. In other words, are there any provisions in your region strategic documents indicating the priority in this area? Here is the second question. In other words, are there consultations with stakeholders on the provisions of regional policies in your region? For the next three questions, it is important to remember that adult learners are much more active within informal education, as it was said before. They are not as active in formal education, so that is what needs to be focused on. And next questions seem not to need an extra commentary, just one maybe, that by organization you need to understand all sorts of organizations, not only public but private, including also non-profit and non-governmental organizations. For those not familiar with the acronym, I don't think there's many of us, but I will explain. VET acronym stands for Vocational Education and Training. And basically this is what this question relates to. The next few questions are about managing and sustaining partnerships within the region. They were quite easy for Małopolska, as we are running partnership for lifelong learning over 10 years now. So I hope there is one in each region soon. And this question is important as we need to find out if there is information for stakeholders in each region. And the next one, actually two, cover the field of development of motivation and skills, as well as creation of a culture of lifelong learning, of course, in each region. Here we refer to a specific group of stakeholders, educators and lifelong learning staff. And these two are to let us know if certain groups are supported. This section is about digital access in your region. And this is the third last slide with the indicators. And it is all about supporting lifelong learning in each region. The second last, and easy, with a simple answer, yes or no, just to let us know if citizens of your region may validate their skills. And the final one, from the third category mentioned before, is all about evaluation and learning in the process. And its progress, and process. So, now when we quickly went through the indicators, I would like to summarize it. There are 3 years ago, a group of representatives of several European regions decided to apply for a grant to implement their idea, designing and testing the regional learning policy assessment labs. Within our project, a set of indicators have been developed. We are now in the phase of testing those indicators. It is our baby. And we truly believe that it has great potential. If you are a parent, you know that feeling very well. So, we believe that the idea of regional labs and the set of indicators we've introduced here represent a fantastic opportunity to support all the regions in mutual learning. However, none of this can happen all by itself without your help. Crucially, it is your task to introduce the labs in your regions, to gather the stakeholders, assess the policies, and supply the results. You will also have a vital role in helping to share good practices to the platform from your particular region. Each meeting of the regional lab will bring additional experience and knowledge. Most importantly, our meetings will bring us closer to effective collaboration. The Lifelong Learning platform is where you can find us. It is also where the Polish translation of indicators will be posted soon. And regional lab in Małopolska, we did it. And after this theoretical introduction, I will try to tell you a short story how it worked in practice. The regional lab in Małopolska took place last week. We managed to gather 10 experts from different backgrounds who in some way utilize regional lifelong learning policies. The first challenge we had to face was the discussion as to whether the region has a lifelong learning policy. So Alex, you are not alone. As it occurred, our expert decided there is no such a document in our region. It also led us to the conclusion that any answer to the posed question should be followed by an indication of certain data or a document, such as strategy, for instance. Another heated debate took place when the experts discussed internet accessibility as well as support for lifelong learning, but financing the non-vocational learning. Finally, they agreed, more optimistically, that lifelong learning is being supported in Małopolska. And the last conclusion concerns the issue whereby the experts agreed that we do not evaluate neither the results nor progress nor the impact of the regional lifelong learning policies. So we've done a lot, as Professor Jagiellonian mentioned. We might be a leader of career counseling. We might have a woman, I'm looking for Małgosia somewhere in the audience, who is responsible for these thousands of people with her team, of course, bringing them through, walking them through the counseling, but still there is a lot to do in Małopolska. So with this optimistic thought, I will finish. Thank you for your attention. And I will ask our Turkish partner to present the results of the round table. Thank you very much.
Hi again. We have coordinated a regional roundtable in Turkey, and our participants were from Lifelong Learning General Directorate, foundations, NGOs, and associations, Ministry of National Education, public education centers, Istanbul Institute. This is a lifelong learning center in Istanbul, specifically, and Boğaziçi University Social Policy Forum, and municipalities in Istanbul. And we discussed these 5 points: self-evaluation on general lifelong learning conditions in Turkey, need analysis, participation and motivation, creating a culture of lifelong learning, and improving lifelong learning. So it will be a summary of these self-evaluation. Under self-evaluation on general lifelong learning conditions in Turkey, we have seen that the diversity of the courses and training programs are regarded as strength. However, it's not the same across Turkey. This variety is seen at the big cities more. And despite great quantity of courses, their quality must be improved as well. Many institutions are lifelong learning actors, as I said in the first session. These are universities, municipalities, ministries, corporations, non-governmental organizations. And digital distant learning should be promoted more, and MOOCs should be developed more. This can be a general evaluation, of course, not only in Turkey. And awareness should be increased in lifelong learning activities so that participation also increases, because this is a weakness. Continuing, institutions in the regions should cooperate and carry out the activities in coordination. They shouldn't be regarded as separate actors, and periodical meetings can be organized for this. Some regions may require spatial policies and different implementation, and each region should have its own learning model, its own career plan and activity plan, especially for Istanbul. The training programs are not inclusive in general, and spatial programs are designed for the spatial target groups, but it depends on the demand. To increase participation, abilities and qualifications should be recognized in the certificates, and people should be excited. The results should be connected to something more external motivation, like promotion or increase in salaries, not just the certificates. When we come to need analysis, we've seen that first, trainees are trainees' requests are collected, and secondly, centers conduct their own need analysis. They go out to field and conduct promotional and need analysis data collection studies. And in lifelong learning centers at universities, they generally consult the academicians for the trainings. However, periodic surveys should be carried out with the students and graduates. In participation and motivation, just being aware of the existence of the courses is not enough, of course, to benefit from these opportunities. And people who live in ghettos cannot reach the courses even if they are informed. So centers should be close to them. And of course, again, distant education should be advised. And of course, knowing all these in the long term, lifelong learning culture should develop instead of encouraging people to participate in single courses or training programs. More specific topic, because it's at the center in Turkey, because there are many mothers coming to the programs and centers. So we suggest playrooms in the learning centers for mothers that come with their children, because it's a burden for their participation. Creating a culture of lifelong learning. Specific courses and programs should be designed for the specific region, and each region has an identity. Regional strategy is missing in terms of lifelong learning. It's quite centric. Different strategies should be developed for different groups, and more inclusive strategies must be used, and vision of the education centers should be wider. International collaborations and new trends should be followed, and we all know that there's a problem of age-related information asymmetry, and initiatives on this issue are important. So more general recommendations. The first one is prior learning should be recognized. It is missing. In a multi-stakeholder structure, the supervisory mechanism is not very useful. Each institution should be represented in this mechanism. Coordination and partnership among the institutions must be enhanced and encouraged. The more stakeholders we can involve, the more valuable it is. Certification-focused participation to the courses are still high, and different motivation is needed. Resources should be well managed, sustainability of courses, education of new educator, sponsorships should be considered. The most important one, and the trend topic, I will say, it's important to develop micro-learning, small units, short periods, and frequent, mostly e-learning. Micro-credentials for development of life learning is highly suggested. And counseling and guidance should be also included in all lifelong learning activities. It is all for now from Turkey, self-evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've listened to two presentations, so many thanks to Magda Torbus and Elif. Thank you for presenting the outcomes of the meetings under the Laboratory of Regional Lifelong Learning. Many thanks for the last conclusion about micro-learning and paying attention to non-traditional forms of developing various skills, so emphasizing the role of flexibility. I understand it as a message that we should reinforce on our behalf as well. And the next item on our agenda is an expert panel. And in order to prepare this expert panel, we need like a 10-minute technical break. So I think I need to announce the technical break. I guess it might be up to 15 minutes, because in line with our agenda, we are beginning this expert panel at 3:15. So because there is transmission and we need to organize it properly. We need to prepare our space here. And let me take advantage of this opportunity. So to our online participants, my request, please fill in the form and thumbs up if you enjoy our conference. If you like it, thumbs up. If you could click it, it would be great. So now it's time for a break. Please be back at 3:15. Thank you.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam bardzo serdecznie. Jeszcze raz.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Przede wszystkim muszę dać sygnał, że zaczynamy.
So first,
Bardzo dziękuję za sygnał, widziałam.
I'm just announcing that we're starting. I'll just give you a minute to put on your headsets because we're going to have that panel covered in both languages. My name is Jolanta Perek-Białas, and I have the honor to welcome you to this expert session.
Te osoby, które są z nami od rana, wiedzą, że kieruję centrum.
And those who are with us from the morning, you know that I'm the head of the Center for Evaluation and Analysis of Public Policies of this university. I'm very proud that this center, headed by Professor Worek, is in the project and is so involved, and we can see what has been achieved and what will be achieved.
Witam Państwa i cieszę się, że Państwo zostaliście po lunchu.
So I'm so happy
Sesja będzie bardzo, bardzo ciekawa, interesująca.
that you stayed after
Ona
lunch.
będzie w formule hybrydowej.
And this session will be held in a hybrid formula.
Czyli może być taka sytuacja, że ja w pewnym momencie muszę przejść na język angielski.
Well, it might be at some point that I'll have to switch to English.
Osoby, które potrzebują tłumaczenia, to jeszcze będzie chwila na to, żeby pobrać sprzęt.
So those of you who need headsets, I'll give you a moment to collect your headsets.
Właśnie zastanawiam się, jeszcze nie ma chyba Steve'a z nami.
I think we're still waiting for Steve. Is he with us?
Jestem już tutaj. Więc na pewno też, jak Państwo dzisiaj będziemy mieli tutaj hybrydowe formułę organizacji tego panelu. Ja się przedstawiłam,
So I've introduced myself and I said that it's my great pleasure that the project team and the professor allowed me to moderate this panel. I very much appreciate it. Well, lifelong learning and active learning. Well, it's very near my heart, to my heart, also in academic terms, in scientific terms. In this panel, we have planned that there will be various contributions, but we have a list of questions. So it's not entirely, I mean, we do not come entirely unprepared. We come here to sum up our efforts so far. We would also like to hear from our guests, to hear from their experience, from their expertise. So I'm not going to mention those who are not here with us at this point in time. I have some comments for Steve. Well, I also have the secret that is also related to this location. So I have the honor of welcoming in alphabetical order. And I hope that I'll succeed in doing that. Daniel Nowak from the Polish Agency of Enterprise, then Piotr Piasecki, Sectoral Council for Competence Development and Educational Services sector. Piotr, welcome. I can see you and hear you clearly. So once you take the floor, I will see you in full screen. And then we also have two more experts. Alicja Winicka-Weiss from the University of Economics in Katowice, and Monika Wojciechowska from the Foundation for the Development of the Educational System. So without further ado, We can proceed. I don't need to switch into English, but let me know if you see Steve Bainbridge up in the screen. Also, well, my apologies, because our foreign guests, they do not get interpretation into Polish. So we need to take that into account. So we have experts that with us since early morning, and a lot has been said. The title of the panel is about regions and how can they learn from each other, and how to use the benchmarking system. So these are two questions that came up jointly, but obviously the first one could be more important, I would say. So let me start with that, because we started off with a certain diagnosis of these assumptions that offer us some opportunities to grow on nearly 250 regions across Europe. So my question to you as an expert is, may you try and pinpoint certain conditions, certain aspects that are key for regions to grow, to develop and learn? And how can regions be supported to become learning regions? So it's only not about teaching others, but it's also about learning. So at this point in time, I don't want to talk about a certain order, because each and every one of you has a certain convention, but perhaps some of you would like to take the floor with this question and answer this question. It's not necessarily that it must be in the order of listing here. So let us start with Piotr from this sectoral council. Okay. I may start, but I can tell you, Piotr, just let me just welcome Steve, because Steve has just got connected. I'll introduce him. I'll welcome him in English, because just give me a moment, okay? Thank you.
Ja widzę.
Hello, Steve. I'm not sure.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you. Sorry, I had a little bit of trouble getting in, but Dominic has sorted me out, so thank you.
Right. So let's make in this way, because we already started a short introduction in Polish, and then I would like to introduce you and also to give a possibility that you can answer the questions which we raise. Is it okay?
Yes.
In this way. So I'm sorry that in Polish you have to learn. So I will come back in a minute. Thank you. Panie Piotrze, to ja poproszę, bo już doceniając każdego gościa, gdyby pan mógł powiedzieć dwa słowa.
If you could share your contribution with us. So, when I was listening to this debate, I was wondering to what extent such labs can collaborate as a system. I've spent few months on reviewing some programs like Erasmus, and it is my impression that the collaboration should be at the level of good practices, so looking for some specific solutions that have been introduced. But my question is, well, in spite of so many projects in the area of lifelong learning, these are niche projects. They are not extremely popular. At least I haven't found such any information on that. Perhaps we can debate it at large. I think the structure of the lab is crucial, because it is the structure of the lab that will prevail, that will decide about the saturation of that but of these observations, of these concepts, perhaps we could have a hub, a concept where entities work together, and the second variant could be a good solution, and it should be based on the pillar of good, reliable data. Like Basia Worek, she criticized the way adults are asked questions in surveys. So if we proceed like that, we'll have no outcomes. So that's all from me. And I'll be happy to give the floor to Steve, and Steve may take over. Well, thank you. So we heard about certain limitations that come from lack of information. So let me switch into English.
Okay, Steve. So I'm sorry that we start in Polish. I hope that you forgive me.
Don't apologize for using your own language. It's not at all.
Oh, that's great. And in fact, I would like to ask you if you remember when you have been in this place.
Oh, yes. I have very fond memories of being at the Jagiellonian University, I think even in that room.
Yes.
Because if I think correctly, there's also a very large painting of one of the kings there, whose name escapes me at the moment. But one of the rulers of one of the Stanislavs, I think, of the Polish Empire is there. And of course, I have very fond memories of Krakow.
Right. So I think that I would like to remind you, because in fact, there was the first time when we met in 2006. And thanks to Ewa Bodzińska, who is also with us here in the room with the Labour Office, we have a great project. Which I would like to tell you, it was really great because it was financed by the European funds, and it was about the disseminating, in fact, the results of different projects. And those of you who will see, we have like triple E dose, and E, it was employment, education, and Europe. And it was a kind of the a context to show the different projects which are linked. And after so many years, I didn't want to mention how many, but you can already count, 16 years ago, we also discussed employment, education, Europe. At the time, it was just only 2 years after Poland became the member of the European Union. So Steve, you have been there and you discuss about the lifelong learning, and you come back online. I would like to welcome you. So I thought that it would be nice to mention this personal engagement. And one of the questions which we ask all our panelists, including you, was the case if you can give from your perspective, because you represent a very important institution in the Europe, quite well known and with a lot of impact for different policy over years. And we discussed lifelong learning policy and the benchmarking system, how could be used. If you can give us your thoughts and your maybe a kind of advice and hint how to further develop this idea.
Well, thank you for the invitation. And I do remember back in 2006, and I also remember of the formation of the Partnership for Employment that was formed and training that was formed in Małopolska. And I've also read the literature on the initiatives that you have of sharing information and benchmarking with other regions. And I am a very strong supporter of this type of approach, which is similar to the open method of coordination that was being used in the European Union, and which is the basis of cooperation in vocational education and training. That began in the European Union in 2002, where member states agreed a set of objectives. Some of them were qualitative, others were quantitative, that they would seek to achieve through cooperation. They agreed to review their progress towards those targets every so often and to revise those objectives. We now, some 20 years on, there are several lessons that I think that we have learned. The cooperation between member states, the open method of cooperation, began because of fears of high unemployment and that technological advance was going to overtake the skills of an aging workforce. I think now there is even a stronger reason for European cooperation and the type of cooperation between regions that is at the heart of your project. I think one lesson that we have learned over 20 years is that there can be no reform of skills formation without cooperation. Cooperation within the region or the country that is responsible for the training, but also from outside with help and support from other colleagues from different countries, different regions, who can bring new perspectives and new ideas to policy development and policy approaches. So given that the incentive is even stronger now, other things that we have learned are that such a cooperation can be very successful. The European Union has set a certain number of targets, statistical targets, which, for the most part, it has succeeded in achieving. It aimed to increase the level of educational attainment, and it succeeded. It aimed to reduce the number of young people who left school early without qualifications substantially, and it has succeeded. It aimed to increase the number of students studying science, technology, maths and engineering, and it has succeeded. It has also succeeded, not to the extent that it would like, in increasing the number of adults who have participated in lifelong learning. However, what I would say is achieving those targets has taken not 10 years, as was originally foreseen, but 18. So this is a process that requires perseverance. It's a process that requires time, and it is a process that requires several key elements in order to succeed. It needs an institution of a system, that of partnership, whereby there are people with different types of expertise within a region or within a country, and also across regions, to pursue a set of agreed objectives. In addition to achieving statistical objectives, European Cooperation VET has also succeeded in establishing national qualification frameworks, improving the quality of vocational education and training, increasing the number of young people in apprenticeships, and spreading workplace learning. So there have been several major achievements to this process. But the reason that they have been achieved is because there has been common agreement, and there has been a willingness to pursue those goals over time. As you have also planned for in your project, another important aspect of success in this area is that the objectives must be achievable and need to be measurable. You can decide how it is that you wish to measure them, but they need to be measurable and they need to be monitored. One of the most important elements of the system of open method of coordination in VET has been the periodic reviews of progress that have been made, whereby member states, and in your cases, regions, would be able to report on the policies that they have undertaken, the success or otherwise that they have made in their area, and the sharing of that information, the peer review across other members of the partnership, and then, as necessary, reviews of the objectives as they need to be changed to meet new circumstances, or even as new ones need to be put in place if others have been achieved to a level of satisfaction. To have those reviews, you need a system of information. Essentially, this is the role that CEDIFOP has played in the open method of coordination, and it is an essential role that the Jagiellonian University has played in providing information on employment and training developments in Małopolska and also across Poland. objective information is needed to see and understand trends and developments in the labour market and to see how they can be coordinated with policies within vocational education and training. And the other essential element to this is there needs to be maintained a sense of momentum and a sense of purpose. As I've said, the EU took 18 years to achieve its, broadly speaking, its objectives, but now are new objectives in place. The reform of vocational education training systems is a constantly moving target. It will never end. We will constantly face new challenges in the labour market, and we will constantly face new tasks, new jobs to adapt to and to learn. And so it is important to maintain a sense of momentum. And the way that we have found that in the European Union is through a political commitment towards achieving the targets, a political commitment that sets the targets, a political commitment that reviews the information and the progress or otherwise that has or has not been made, and a constant renewing and ongoing of the objectives and the perspectives of what it is that the regions and the nations seek to achieve. So in summary, I'm very supportive of the initiative that you've outlined. It has been a large part of my experience in CEDIFOP in working in this area in the last 25 years or so. And to succeed, you need the partnership which you have. You will need resources. This is extremely important. Education and training, and also reform of education training, is not cheap. Investments have to be made. Experiments need to be made. Mistakes need to be made. You need resources of people, time, and also money, and also resources of information to monitor developments. And again, this is where I would say that you're very blessed to have the Jagiellonian University with you there. So partnership, resources, and a continual sense of momentum, the reviewing of the progress that's been made, the readjusting of the targets that are being made, and the commitment to continue to address the problems and go on to improve what will be a never-ending task, but can still be a rewarding task of making vocational education training better and making the workforce that we have better, more satisfied with the work that it does. So that's my first rather long answer, I'm afraid, to your question, but I hope it was useful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I think that quite a lot of issues you give as a recommendation, but probably not all of them will be possible to meet at once, especially in case of resources, a different one. So usually we have a shortage of resources, and especially nowadays, so it will be a challenge. But nevertheless, we should try. Steve, if you excuse me, I will change for Polish a little. So I don't know if you plan to stay with us longer, and then we can make the... Okay, right. So I will try to somehow make a kind of sum up for you as well, to intervene, because we could hear what you said. To wracam do Państwa w tym momencie.
Over to you. Well, I can see our three panelists are ready and eager to start. No one was jumping ahead, so Piotr was the first. So perhaps ladies first. I work at the University of Economics in Katowice. And I specialize in economy of management. So for me, benchmarking is about comparing best solutions. It's about differentiating the deviations. So for me, benchmarking is science. So we want to look to see how these regional learning policies are implemented and put into practice, but we want to define and determine the conditions that we meet and things that we would like to introduce. From the point of view of learning and whether this regional policy can develop, I appreciate human capital and there are people who create these projects, there are clusters, there are groups, teams, so there are people interested and willing, so the awareness of the lifelong learning and the relationship, so the benchmarking in the context of the human contact and social capital.
One of the guests, Professor, just mentioned the benchmarking and how the benchmarking could be used, but of course the resources of the human resources and social capital is important, so it's also in line with what you said.
Jeszcze ja może. Ja reprezentuję
Fundację Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji. I represent the foundation for the development of the education system. So we offer opportunities for adults. So this is an attempt to introduce upskilling pathways. So we want to work out certain solutions that we want to communicate to regions. So apart from the projects, which I appreciate, when it comes to factors that decide about the potential growth of the region, is a long-term policy of a region and actions which are taken. So they cannot be ad hoc actions. They must follow the vision, the mission, the policy of a region. And it is important that educational policy is based on evidence. So we should leverage research results, and we should leverage the available data. So long-term policy, the vision, and to use and the evidence-based policy.
So
right.
Already, our guest also mentioned evidence-based policy is important factor, but also long-term policy in this case.
So actually, when I was listening to Steve, I had this impression that he actually expressed the gist.
When we listening what you said, he already thought that already you said everything what was important to say by him as well.
And I would definitely add here, and we're talking about building certain concepts together. I represent the terminology. So my institution brings together educational institutions, employers, organizations, employee organizations. So these people have been merged. They have joined the same hub, but they've been using different terminology. And they have there is this common understanding of certain concepts that we've all been using, like a different understanding of competences and qualifications, because qualifications would always end up with a certificate, and competences not necessarily, and competence would require knowledge and certain social skills, etc. So one had to understand what it meant, what it entailed, what it combined. And as for lifelong learning, we need to share the understanding of the terms. So these indicators, they are an excellent common denominator here. Well, the question is whether this document is a strategy or not yet, from the questions that we've had. Because we've had that question about a sector, what a sector is and how to define it. We have been defining it through the Polish classification of business activity. At some point in time, we decided that this is how we're going to define it. And then obviously there are lots of advantages, lots of disadvantages. This is what we've been defining, but once we have that indicator, it will be in a way limiting us, but then again we can have the basis for benchmarking. Well, Steve noticed that, and that also is my observation, that we need an institution that owns the process. We need a strong organization that will be aiming at implementing the lifelong learning policy. The organization that is going to monitor this policy and basically will be taking good care of it. So here we have a major issue. Well, this organization should not dominate in all the process. That should be made very clear. Well, there are various sectoral councils, and sometimes the case would be that the one organization clearly prevails, and it's like a weaker and stronger organization. So we'll be talking about challenges, we'll be debating barriers, if I may. So let me give you a brief sum up. Piotr, are you with us? Okay.
Just a short sum up for you, because it was important what was mentioned, that the same language we should use in this whole process, the definition to understand in the same way, and it was examples of competence and qualification which could be differently understood, and related to that indicators which we would like to monitor the whole system. And interesting was mentioned institution, and the institution which should treat seriously this lifelong learning laboratories or policy introduced, and if and how not to be dominator, if I can say, of that process, and to take everything that is the most important institution and knows everything better. Znaczy dodałam, że wie wszystko lepiej ta instytucja albo to ciało.
So I just added that the institution knows everything better. But I really like the concept of taking care of something. Piotr, would you like to add anything to that? So indeed, Steve was exhaustive in his comments, and he presented the big picture. But so my first comment is that we're trying to tackle learning, manage learning. But it seems that we're still at the learning level. We have a certain identity and a certain set of convictions, beliefs, practices, which are standards for learning groups. And when we speak about benchmark, let me go to the level of enterprise. As a profession, by profession, I'm a consultant and a business trainer, and we can see the educational systems in companies, in organizations. I remember how they worked initially and how they work now. So this, with that, initially organizations were trying to define these developmental needs from the top. So we know better than people. We tell the employees how to do that. We're going to check and correct everything. But then this system was transformed, and it turned out that the first approach would end up in money wasted on development. So this is why we have this concept of learning outcomes. And then these organizations, these institutions, they realized that they were unable to manage learning. They were able to manage learning environment. And they've started to develop solutions that supported learning. So they left the top-down approach and they moved on to the bottom-up approach, and they realized that the huge element Well, so that was important to have that common language, the dialogue, that was the side effect here. And the same would be happening in such projects where different groups, different groups, they need to spend more time on seeking the common language, and apparently they were trying to create some learning environments with benchmarks. So, for example, there is this peer-to-peer learning concept. So we have that configurative generation or pro-figurative concept. Well, configuration, we've been learning from each other, etc. So we could look at the developmental cycle and use these practices for the system-based approach. I'm afraid, well, I need to give the gist of what you've said to Steve. Well, it will be difficult, but I can just tell him just one conclusion. So confirm, bear with me and confirm it. So it's about supporting the learning system, correct? No, supporting the learning environment in this spirit.
Steve, as you can imagine as well, the speaker, our guest of the panel, mentioned that you just mentioned the most important things, and it's difficult to add something new. But I think still our panel is adding new things, and one of the important things was to support the environment of learning, very broadly understood, not only by one institution, but as a kind of the collaboration with also understanding what for and why we're doing or why we are in this process. To tak bym powiedziała, Panie Piotrze, w dużym skrócie, który się tam pojawia, bo no, też nie będę tłumaczyła wszystkiego.
There were so many details.
In a moment also another intervention, but now I would like to ask another questions to the panelists, but because I thought now that maybe we can or you can share with us your ideas about why in fact regions could be, if you can give just one advice for someone, what kind of the recommendation could be given why regions could be interested in having such regional lifelong learning. Czyli jakby można było powiedzieć taką jedną rekomendację, gdyby można powiedzieć tak, dlaczego w regionach powinny być takie laboratoria, gdybyśmy chcieli, żeby one były. Czy mielibyście Państwo jakąś dobrą radę?
Would you have any piece of advice? Well, let me put it like that. Barbara Worek showed a photo of some places in Krakow from the 1990s, and now at the moment you could see how the world has changed, how Poland has changed. Let me add that more or less since 1957 in the public space there is a motto, a slogan. Well, there are different percentages, 65, 60% of children which are at schools now. All right, so a new piece of information, sorry. Now we hear very often that 60% of children which are at school now will have professions which will be new professions. We don't have them yet. It hasn't been proved by any studies, but actually for more than 50 years the world has sped up so fast and has accelerated and has been developing so fast that creating LLL policies, well, we have no other option. We have to focus on lifelong learning policies, because if you graduate from school, you still have to develop, you still have to learn. There is no other choice, simply.
Yeah, there is no choice. We have to have such laboratory, so it was one of the conclusion. Czy Pani coś chcą dodać?
Would you like to chip in, ladies, or Piotr, as for recommendations or piece of advice? Let me just add one sentence. Piotr, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Piotr. In a nutshell, as for various advice, We have to try and solve the problem by understanding the root causes of problems. Well, we need to understand root causes first and then solve the problems. So the meta-advice is that laboratories are creative centers of defining problems. It is very important, it is crucial, it's not that easy. It is not easy to define a problem, and you have to define it first in order to solve it later. Then, smart data element. Smart processing of evidence, of data. These two elements are of tremendous importance, I would say, for the laboratories. And ladies would like to add something, yes? Let me add one more thing. The regions should learn the best practices. Why is that so? To increase the quality and value of human capital. It's been mentioned here that we were a country which was a low-cost country, low labor costs. Now we have to invest in human capital in order to attract investors, but also to introduce innovative projects. So learning between regions needs to give us additional benefits, additional value. So there is a perspective of regions, but there is something more. There is a perspective of organizations, but also the final beneficiary, an employee or freelance person, because gig economy, giggers, it's a new phenomenon, but very often we are independent. More and more people are not attached to a single place of work. Professor Barbara Worek has mentioned that we invest in the person who works, who is attached to an employer, but in the future there will be more and more independent people like freelance employees, so we have to change our methods of investing in human capital. I guess it is good that some solutions are created from a perspective which is the central perspective. There was a document which we are going to integrate, implement integrated strategy of skills. So there are some documents created somewhere at the top, and they set a direction for the regions, because these documents are followed by some funds. So despite the fact that we departed from the centralist approach or central control method, but this top-to-bottom vision or the central vision is also helpful.
So, Steven, for you, maybe in this context, it will be interesting because there was mentioned importance of updating skills because of the need of the change, which we experience, all of us, but also because of the innovations and learning from different good practices. But also the last comment was linked to the strategic documents, which from the central level or national level, or in your case, European level, can have impact on the also on the local level, regional in this case. I don't know if you have any reflections, or Steve, you would like to maybe just to add something, which still is a challenge for you because quite a lot you couldn't follow in Polish.
Well, I'd just like to make one or two concluding comments on some of the things that have been said, as you have reported back to me in your summaries. And again, much of the information, much of the comments, many of the comments that have been made, I would certainly support and agree with. The issues of, having the same language and understanding what it is you mean and the definitions of that is very, very important. And CEDIFOP has worked a lot on terminology. So if it is that we can help with that, then I'm more than happy to have a look at, to let you see what it is that we've been doing on terminology in the definitions, to see if they can help you and help the work that you do across various regions as well. Also in terms of evidence-based learning and resources and human capital and working across regions, what we found in the European experience helpful is that we just have a few things that we work on at that level. We don't seek to do everything at that level. We have just a defined, relatively short set of shared objectives that undoubtedly will have knock-on effects for other policy areas, but it's a focused area of cooperation. Perhaps areas where some regions have particular strengths and others have weaknesses, so that the information can be shared on that. So there is an art to selecting the objectives that it is that you work on for the benefit of everybody in the partnership. And I wanted to come on to this issue about regions and also about learning skills within the labour market. Why are regions, the advice, why regions are so important? The evidence is that the most successful education and training systems are the ones that have close links with the local economy and the local labour market. That doesn't necessarily mean that the education system provides the perfect employee for the employers within the region. What it means is there is an understanding of the expectations and the needs between all of the partners who are there. These are the most successful arrangements whereby the employers share their needs with the training institutions, and the training institutions do their part for the employers. Like I say, it's not a case of making someone immediately suitable to go straight into a job necessarily, although that can happen in individual circumstances. And there have been many programs where unemployed people have been selected by enterprises who have then been sent to organizations to train specifically in the needs of the company, and then they've gone back to a full-time employment. But at the regional level, this exchange of knowledge, of information, of an understanding of what it is that the regional government, the institutions for learning and training, and the employers and the social partners, this understanding between them of what they want and what is their role in providing that, and keeping in touch with the developments to ensure that the economy of the region is strong. This is really the best advice at the regional level. This is the power. There's a saying that politics is local, and certainly things happen locally. It is true that there are issues that are aggregated. It is important at a European level and a national level. For policies at regional level, those international and regional and national commitments should be reflected, but no one is better equipped than the regions to implement, and I mean implement, change effectively in line with regional, national and European needs and objectives. So I wish you every success in the work that you are doing. If there is some other way that you think that CERIFOP can help you, let me know and we'll see what it is that we can do. But I would like to wish you every success for your initiative, which is based upon the work you've done in the last decade and a half, since 2006. You would not be in a position to do this had you not started in 2006. So it is good to see that the good work is continuing in new ways. So congratulations, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much, Steve. I do understand that it was your conclusion. I would like to say that, in fact, Steve is also in the advisory board of the project Extending Working Lives with the colleagues from Sweden, the UK and Germany, and also the context of lifelong learning in extending working lives also has a matter. So at least I will have a chance to meet with Steve, I hope soon also, but only online. So this is the case. Steve, thank you very much.
Thank you
very much. It was very important, and all of us here as a panelists mentioned that it was important and inspiration. So thank you and see you soon.
See
Hopefully
you soon.
not only online.
Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully in person in the not too distant future. Thank you very much and all the best.
To ja myślę, że my możemy wrócić.
All right, I guess we can go back to our questions that we have asked to our panelists. And it was nice, we were talking about positive things, but some issues connected with indicators appeared, and one of the projects had an element like that, with creating laboratories and monitoring certain issues, and perhaps I should ask a question about that and go deeper. Go deeper. Because I cut in, the discussion was just starting on that, so now we have only Polish speakers, so we may focus on these issues. All right, so perhaps we can go back to this part of our discussion, and in the context of this project, which has a very important outcome element, because we want to use we want to use it for benchmarking for other reasons. Do you see any challenges here or any problems that you would like to share with us? Perhaps I will be the first speaker. As for indicators, I looked through the indicators that you worked out under cooperation of 5 regions, and let me add quality indicators. The speaker from Wales mentioned react, restart. I remember bullet points. I don't remember all the words for that, but I'm quite curious about that. So how it is happening? Who participated there? What are the outcomes of the transfer of this training? So indicators, yes, no, but let us go deeper. Let us have a closer look. It is very interesting for trainers, employers, employees. So the regional perspective, yes, absolutely, but I would like to see more about that, so to have qualitative study. That's my reflection. All right, yeah, I was also curious about that. Because, yes, in your presentations, we have just answered yes or no for all the questions that appeared, but there is no qualitative layer. So how specifically you've been doing something in order to use various specific examples? But because maybe some other regions may take advantage of them, because it is like quantitative analysis in a way, but what is missing there is the qualitative part. But obviously you have mentioned that the benchmarking system cannot be like burdening. It cannot be a burden for the region. It can't be too time-consuming because it will be discouraging, and regions will not apply it. But, well, we would like to have some more detailed information from you. What was the idea behind the methodology? I guess it will be discussed tomorrow during the workshop. We will be more specific, I guess. But you pointed out that it is looking for a compromise. On the one hand, we want to have a certain system with some information, yes and no, but then a question crops up, but what is behind yes or what is behind no? What are details? But I guess it is one of the challenges that we may mention, quite important from the perspective of the system, which could be promoted under regional laboratories. And maybe it should be, or it could be applied, but with these reservations that you have mentioned. Usually on panels, people disagree and you agreed. All right. Maybe someone wants to add something else or disagree. Okay, maybe I will supplement it because, well, I'm thinking who will be the customer of a lifelong learning policy, because we are talking about several stakeholders. We have regional authorities, we have entrepreneurs, we have employees, we have educational organizations. Who is the final user, the customer? I guess there are many of them. There is a multitude, and when we start working on a single policy, somewhere at a certain point, there is a temptation from sponsors most of the time for this policy to meet their expectations, and then you design various activities in such a way that it is good for the sponsor and the needs of the sponsors are satisfied. So we need to be like cautious and reasonable. It influences indicators which are taken into account, and it influences the involvement of stakeholders in the project. If stakeholders do not see the sense of their functioning, and if they don't have influence on the policy, they will switch off. They will say thank you, they will no longer be involved. I guess it is a big barrier, like the self-containment, so to say, self-limitation on the part of the sponsor. And the sponsor has their goals to attain. Yes, they have to report them. And then, like, there is someone above the sponsor, European Commission. They need to have some benefits from their participation. So, well, it is a huge challenge. But yes, obviously, it is very useful, I would say. Piotr, any ideas here, any remarks? Yes, I would like to agree with all the speakers. Let me add one more thing. Like Daniel has been saying, if we invite stakeholders, I have this experience from the sectoral council, and there were other experiences. For example, I'm working on the sectoral framework, so inviting stakeholders, people from other medias, other worlds. We have two options. Either we say, you follow our lifestyle, you use our language, and you understand us, or the other way around. Like, so adjust to us, or the other way around. But we don't need extremities. We don't need extremes. As Steve was saying, like this local cooperation, a barrier that we see all the time, the barrier in participation of entrepreneurs, of the business people. Like, I participate in some bodies and some meetings, and sometimes the subject matter is understood for a narrow group of experts, but entrepreneurs do not understand our terminology, do not understand our language, and the strategy of skills may share the same fate, because we tend to make all our documents very complex. Well, it is understandable, but because there are some bureaucratic demands, but in practice we need simplification of the language. We need a close meeting, we need mutual understanding. Only then you can implement certain things. I guess I support what Daniel has said, and as Alicia has said about benchmarks. I started saying that at the very beginning. If you see final projects, completed projects with their outcomes, Erasmus, elsewhere, you have a big number of good practices, but dissemination of good practices requires a smart approach. It is not that simple. These documents are enforced by a certain nomenclature, terminology of EU funds. It may be very complex, and going through them, browsing through them is very complex and difficult. I'm trying to think how we should do it. Well, we should have like exchange, so sharing good practices. I guess it's been mentioned today. What would happen if we start sharing problems, well-defined problems? So tell each other about our problems in a very detailed way. So you may meet people who had a similar problem, and perhaps they had shared it. They had solved it. Just an idea. So let me add to that, Piotr.
You also reminded me about the results of the BHL research and other surveys and research about entrepreneurs and the research planning concepts. Because if we go at the lower level, etc., so it's about the human capital study, and we need to go at a certain lower level. Well, the smaller business, the smaller the business, the less progressive, the less apt this planning is. So job descriptions, etc. Well, they might have this awareness, but then they need to all that must be described in the language which is comprehensible. Well, entrepreneurs, they typically do not use terms like qualification or skills. There's just a job to be done, and this is a major challenge. So this is a trap that we're trying to handle that from the top. And then let's look at the project of businesses that communicate jointly. And I remember a project of family businesses. And these people, they were developing their awareness of changes in this respect by exchanging, by dialogue through discussion. Because if a business person learns from the other business person that he or she helped their people study or learn because they wanted to work, this is about the change of the prospect. So that person can only restrict their activity to financing all these needs instead of managing them from the top. But we need to speak the business's language, because otherwise, well, it would be to their disadvantage. So this is a great conclusion that we need to learn from others. I have quite many observations and lessons learned, and some items or aspects that you've covered. You're wonderful panelists. I don't even have to come up with the questions, and you are moving so smoothly from one concept to another. I'm only not sure whether these companies, whether it's been said that these businesses do not plan at all. I'm not talking about the large corporates, etc., but I'm just wondering how the Jagiellonian University operates here in terms of setting out its developmental or strategy. But actually, I think businesses, they have this uncertainty in the operational environment. It wasn't only the pandemic, but also the whole business environment. So perhaps this is why businesses cannot plan like 5 years ahead, because some of them, they understand they will be no longer operational in 5 years' time. Perhaps some other European countries, they offer higher predictability, but this is a free market. You can be laid off or go bankrupt. Well, things may happen overnight, but then on the other hand, things may go well, and we must be prepared for that. And here, that ability to adapt, the adaptation skills that we've been developing throughout our life to tackle all the situations that come. So these are the skills that are very difficult, but we're not only talking about learning. We all agree that's quite necessary, but so tell us about the bottom-up initiatives. How can the labs take that into account? Well, we're talking about reporting in a company. When such a business or a company doesn't necessarily want to have to post the information or report the information to somebody about learning policy. They just simply don't have. They just simply do not have the time for that. So we would like to see it all. We would like to monitor it all. It is the matter of the evaluation, but it's a huge challenge. So perhaps there should be some incentives here. Honestly, when I think about a regular business, say between 10 to 70 employees or so, do they have a specific instrument? Instrument of reporting? So for example, do they get like free vouchers for reporting, etc.? Well, I think the issue is there is lots of ongoing, daily business. We postpone our actions. Today, I was also largely impressed by what is happening in other regions. And a lot has been said about cases financed by various institutions. You say that a lot is happening and all it all disappears, and the ratios, no matter what we say, they are not as we would like to see them. Well, I thought that I would share my observation with you, which is quite up to date in the context of what we're covering right now. Because we're nearing the end of this panel. Well, the time flies, so perhaps you could just offer your closing remarks. Well, I think that the very idea of regional labs, it is a great concept to open up these labs, to include these actors. I think it's a great idea. And obviously, there are so many challenges, etc., but there are so many actors. And I think they've been planned well, and those that should be taking part in these labs. So once we have these labs introduced in every single region, I think it would be okay. It would be great. Well, I would definitely reinforce the message, that concept of entrepreneurs, of businesses. Well, strategies are developed by local governments, but the local government cannot do it on its own, so must be supported by businesses. And I think it's a great perspective to think about such labs. Very briefly, and that is also in the context of the regions that do not have such experiences, like our region for many years have been developing such networks as Partnership for Lifelong Learning. I remember that that's been acting for many years. And a lab, so something that fits that you've been doing together with this project, but that should be followed by support to the region and in various forms. And again, that should be introduced on the basis of non-compulsory interest, in the sense that whatever is compulsory, whatever is done by force, it doesn't work. So we should be speaking the language of benefits, the language of advantages for the region. I know that then it works, because we know from experience that once something is ordered from the top, it won't work. Once the region understands benefits, advantages, well, it will get some support. There will be some training benefits, etc. So I think it will be a sufficient incentive.
The best thing is to tell the regions that if they have bigger taxes from companies, well, maybe we simply need to use this language of benefits. Yes, to show benefits. Yes, as for companies, we realize that, well, it is difficult for companies. I understand that. For many years, I've been dealing with this sector, and there is a problem with traineeships, with people joining traineeships. I know there are many difficulties, many challenges, yet we need to try and influence the reality and encourage participation. All right, Piotr, over to you perhaps, or first. Yeah, all right. Let me just say that the idea of laboratories of regional LLL policies, well, I like this idea very much. I'm the author of a textbook, and one chapter was on good practices. And I didn't have enough material to show good practices in some Polish context. I did studies about the market of training services in Poland and training companies in Poland. Well, these entities wanted to hear about good practices. So these people were very willing to do benchmarking, to learn about good practices, but who should do that and when, and any support perhaps, any mechanisms? Well, there are so many questions here, but the idea is absolutely great. Thank you. Piotr, over to you, the last contribution. Yes, let me just say that I imagine that the identity of such laboratories would be, well, R&B for human capital. R&D, sorry, for human capital in the region. Like in line, like let's make it parallel with companies. So the strategies lose out if they cannot adjust development goals with business goals. So that's a problem of companies. The same problem may pertain to regions. We have some goals for the region, and we have a challenge, namely to define development goals and then to find accelerator implementing these development goals. So the lab might be R&D perhaps, or the competence center translating strategic goals into development goals, and finds stakeholders who participate in this development program. And one more sentence about SMEs, because you've mentioned SMEs. I wouldn't blame them for lack of development because they are extremely agile. They cannot plan very much ahead, but two things need to be mentioned in terms of learning. I know I was not supposed to talk about learning, but the world goes in two directions. Accessibility and personalization or customization. Accessibility like this digital system, and customization, I know it is especially for me. And it's been mentioned that the basic problem of non-participation of companies in programs, they do not feel it is for them. It is customized to their needs. These two problems, if we overcome them, I guess it would work perfectly well. Thank you very much indeed. They do not feel it is customized for them. They need to know it is for them. And there is also this additional problem with dissemination of information. We started from that. So some people said, oh, I could talk about it for hours. Yes, I could do it as well. Let me put it frankly. I feel we should discuss so many more ideas and aspects. But we've discussed shared goals, common goals. There are various shareholders. We need to come up with joint terminology, joint language. But now I have to say thank you. For me, this panel discussion was very short, but still it was very inspiring for further activity. We are a team which organizes discussions like that, comes up with ideas on the basis of discussions, and then we are trying to implement some ideas, some lessons, some conclusions. We meet some people regularly, sometimes we meet online, so certain meetings, certain discussions are very inspiring, so these are lengthy processes. I am a realist. Well, I'm optimist by nature, but I'm also a realist. I'm very down to earth, especially in creating policies, but also in lifelong learning policies. We have to be patient. We have to be patient because we can't be successful overnight. We can't do certain things quickly, but small steps, various activities, plus various ambassadors and proponents of the idea. Because some people are convinced it is important, and then so many things are feasible and possible, and we need to design certain things in the right way. And here in this panel, we've heard so much about benefits, about solutions, possible solutions, how to overcome certain challenges. Obviously, these challenges and problems are not typical of Małopolska only, but for other regions as well. Many thanks to all the panelists. Many thanks to Daniel Nowak, Piotr Piasecki, Alicja Winicka-Weiss, Monika Wojciechowska, Steve has left us. And finally, I'd like to say that it is an honor and pleasure for me to moderate this panel, and many thanks to the whole project team. So thanks to Professor Worek. We like each other, we are friends. So many thanks to the coordinator and her team, because all of them have worked very hard. So many thanks to all of you here in the room. Many thanks to partners for joining us, for coming to Krakow, for spending these 2 days with us. And many thanks to our invited guests from various corners of Poland and our foreign guests. Many thanks to great interpreters as well, because I've been told that you receive high-quality interpretation from them, so thank you for that. And many thanks to our sound engineers, to our technicians. One of the guys is waving us back. We have a great pleasure in organizing events like that at the university. I can promise, as the head of the center, that in the future we'll try to think about direct contacts like that. So many thanks to our participants here in the room, to our online participants. So we need meetings like that. They are very inspiring. The university is also to inspire people. Many thanks for this session. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow. One more thing. The most important person of the conference, Professor Worek. I don't feel the most important person, but I just wanted to say thank you for today. Thank you for today. Join us tomorrow. On behalf of organizers, I have a request. Don't forget about evaluation sheets, evaluation forms. It is very important for us that you fill them in. The same request to our online participants. If you haven't filled in the registration form yet, please do it. And see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Tomorrow there will be more workshops. Today you were more of listeners, but tomorrow everyone will be able to take the floor to voice their own opinions and share their experiences. Many thanks for today to all the panelists, all the speakers, all the people in the audience. Thank you. See you tomorrow at 9. Thank you.